Welcome to Thailand and the stunning Reignwood Park. It's our home this weekend for a golf tournament unlike any other. It's England versus the world, as our two teams of sporting icons go head-to-head, reigniting rivalries spanning decades. Now, our golfers might not have won the Ryder Cup, but they have won the Champions League, the European Championship, and countless league titles. But who will win the Reignwood Icons of Football trophy? Let's get it on.
Reignwood Icons of Football.
Two teams.
Team England versus Team World.
A golf tournament like no other.
This is the moment we waited for.
24 icons of football.
We gonna give them what they came for.
At Reignwood Golf Club in Bangkok.
It's a 10-0 competition. It's fast and exciting.
It's going to be an intense rivalry.
This is sexy golf.
The professional sportsmen. They're not going to want to lose.
Vamos, Team World!
Forget all that vamos, Sergio. Team England are going to win, obviously.
Good luck with that.
"24 icons of football departed from the pitch, now on the golf course." It means a lot to them, and the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. It is the world versus England. We are halfway through our first day here. Josh Denzel alongside me. We are halfway through. England was an advantage, but we'll get to that shortly. If you are just joining us for the very first time, Josh, you know, sport really excites when it's got a real meaning to it, when you know it matters to the people playing it. This isn't their arena. Does it matter to them? You've been around them all week. What does this mean to the footballers?
Does it matter to them?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is the be-all and end-all. These boys hate to lose at anything.
Yeah.
Whether it's who can eat the most food, whether it's who can race the go-karts to the driving range, these boys don't lose at anything. And when it comes to sport, especially that competitive spirit, I've not seen anything like it. Some of the boys' hands are calloused. They've played that much golf in the lead up to this, honestly.
Yeah, they love to win, but they might hate to lose even more than that. When you're looking at crossovers, though, what can they use from their careers that might help them to be better golfers in this arena? Bear in mind, there's millions watching around the world, and there's a lot of people here as well taking it in. It's an uncomfortable environment. What they did as professional footballers in those pressure moments, do you think those skills are transferable?
100%. I mean, obviously not completely transferable,
Yeah.
but that ability to block out the noise. When they're stood on a tee box and the people are cheering and jeering, giving them a bit of banter, can you block out that noise? Can you decide, this is just me, it's me versus me, that is golf. I'm not letting any outside noise, and that is what it is, and that's what they're best at. You know, you can walk out of the Bernabeu in front of 100,000 people in a derby. You know, a Manchester derby, whatever it may be. These guys have the ability to not let the occasion overawe them, and I think that's going to come in clutch.
This is not Old Trafford, this is not Anfield, this is Reignwood Park, and this is what it's all about. Icons of Football showcases a 10-hole team match play format, bringing together 24 iconic footballers under the command of two golf titans, each hoping to captain their team to the cream jacket. The tournament will be played over 4 sessions spread across 2 days. For the first session, players will compete in their respective teams in a traditional 4-ball format. The outright best score for each hole wins the point and goes toward the team's total. In session 2, after selecting the team's best tee shot, players will take turns to play shots with that same ball until the hole is completed. That process will be repeated for all 10 holes. On the second day of play, session 3 will see teams repeat the alternate shot format. However, in the final session, it's time for individual glory as players go one-on-one in a final push for victory. There are multiple ways to accrue points, with the single point for winning a hole just the beginning. On the 10th hole, in all 4 sessions, it's double or nothing, with the winner scoring 2 points towards the trophy. If there is no outright winner on any hole, neither team takes any points. And as there are no half points, nothing is added to the total. Finally, the difference between the final scores in each of the matches will be added to the winning team total. It's fast, it's furious, at times it's chaotic, it's everything live sport should be. Here's Josh with more on that.
There are loads of ways to win points at Icons of Football. First up, home and away holes. England's home hole is the testing par 3 fifth, whereas Team World's is the par 3 eighth. Teams score double if they win away on their opponent's home hole. Crocs and camels. Hitting in a drink or finding a bunker will get you penalised in more ways than one at Icons. As the player who finds the most hazards will see their team incur a points deduction going into the all-important final round. Call the captain. The envy of every golfer up and down the country. Our Icons have the luxury of calling two of the greatest players ever to pick up a golf club, Lee Westwood and Sergio Garcia, to play the next shot for them. Maybe it's a 200-yard recovery shot out of the rough or a devilish putt to win the hole. Each team only gets to call the captain once a session, but our captains are ready to do their bit to change the game. Plus, we've got the richest hole in golf, the $10 million swing. One shot, $10 million. But can any of our Icons bag a hole in one?
Just a standard day in the office. A couple of hours from now, we'll be talking about trying to make a hole-in-one for $10 million. Just what you do out here at the Icons of Football. You know what? This morning we talked about all those points, Josh. A lot of them went the way of Team England. To be fair to the world, they did well in the first few games, but strong performances down the bottom end. 17-3 is the score now. There are lots of points up for grabs, though. It will change quickly. For you, though, what was the standout of the morning? What did you take away from it?
I think the idea of the call to captain coming to fruition. Yeah. I mean, both the call the captains ended up in a 2-point swing. So, I mean, this is something when you see Sergio Garcia on the 10th, you know, and he's got his 3-wood out, and he nearly slam dunks the ball, and it is, you know, that is something massive, and it's something we haven't seen before, and it adds a little bit, you know, people were stood there, their mouths open, they couldn't believe it. You know, he comes in cold and he does something like that, and of course, Lee Westwood as well. You know, I think that was more down to Batistuta's poor efforts afterwards, but it was special.
Absolutely. You know, the Sergio one, let's have a little look at it here as well. Robbie Fowler, Paulin's not happy about the use of Garcia on the last hole, but you know what? Patrick Berger's the man who called the captain. This was the shot, and he said when he came in to speak to us that, you know what, you stand back, you look at someone at the peak of their powers like Sergio. That's what makes Sergio an icon in this sport of golf.
No doubt about it. I mean, when you have that at your disposal and you wait to the 10th to use it, it is a little bit mean. I understand why the boys were upset. You know, it was a tight game, and then you come in and do that. It's a cheat code.
Yeah, certainly a great moment for the two captains, but what are captains without great players? Here are their icons.
It's something really, really special.
We're competitive beasts. We're here to win.
Be the club, baby.
So, here I am. I'm absolutely buzzing. I think you can tell by the smile on my face. I've been quite excited to get here.
I'm in heaven, mate.
I'm just hoping I'm going to hit the good form, you know.
I'm not a flusher, right? I can hit a good ball. I can shank a good ball.
I'm up there, ain't I?
I expect a lot from myself.
I'm not scared to say that.
I just want to get it off the first tee. I'm the most relaxed golfer. Calmness, peace, no one shouting things at you.
Shut up! First of all, the course. Like, it is probably the best course I've stepped foot on.
The quality, the fairways, the greens.
It's absolutely immaculate, so no excuses at all. They're a competitive bunch.
There will be good competition, a lot of talking.
There will be a few people getting wound up.
I had to put you off. I look forward to that.
Les, I'm working it. I'm acting. Come on. This is all good stuff. Come on.
There's a few ex-Man U's on the other team, but you know what? We want to give all of them stick.
Nigel, he's just one of those people you want to shut up.
If we win, he's going to hear it the rest of his life.
It was a great teammate.
Yeah.
Let's see where they go from.
You're representing Team England. You don't want to let your teammates down.
When you stood over a golf ball, it can feel like an hour. It's like every time you have to kick a penalty. That's harder. I think there's going to be a method to the madness. It's going to be a tear-up out there, and I'm looking forward to it. I will do my best to beat Team England.
We need to win.
Really plain and simple.
When it's go time, these are different animals.
They may be retired from elite level football, but that ruthless competitor that lives within them awakened this morning. If you are joining us for the first time, let's take you back for some of those big moments. Ewan and Claude taking us through that story of the morning session.
Yes, thank you very much, Nick. There certainly were plenty of highlights this morning. Plenty of wonderful shots, wonderful putts. Let's start on the opening hole. Gabriel Studer, a birdie putt to open his campaign. Pours it in the middle. And then Robbie Fowler, similar putt on a similar line. And the exact same result, birdie. Yeah, it's not an easy opening hole with water flanking the right-hand edge. Carlos Tevez pours it in down the hill to win an opening point for Team World. And then it's second. Carlos Tevez keeps it going. Lengthy birdie putt from right to left. Now it's going to take the slope, go right into the bottom of the cup. And a great start for Carlos Tevez early. Well, this shot at the time was certainly the best iron shot that we'd seen. Nigel de Jong on the second out of the fairway bunker with a pitching wedge in hand, and it was an absolutely sensational shot that set up a win for Team World there. And then at the fourth, Ahmed Altintop, a par putt right in the middle. You could see his confidence start to grow as he started to make more of these putts. Well, this is a highlights reel. I'm sure this is a low light for John Terry, because this was a par putt and it slid by, and that was a 3-point deficit at the time to Team England. Again, Gianfranco Zola for par. Solid this morning, Gianfranco. The fourth, the par 5. This was an important putt. David Ginola, they were 3 points down after 3 holes, and he sinks a long par putt to halve the hole. That went to him. And then over to the 7th for par. And again, Gianfranco Zola solid all morning long for the world team. This was a terrific shot for Team England's Phil Jones into this green at 9, and he sinks the birdie putt for the win. Playing alongside Joe Hart. And then kind of the beating heart of the England side, their best player, Jimmy Bullard, pouring it in. Well, the 6th is meant to be a difficult hole. Wasn't for Jimmy Bullard, and it certainly wasn't for Teddy Sheringham. This second shot from the left rough with a 9-iron. Not an easy flag, but he made it look pretty simple. Pays it off with the no-look putt. And then at the 8th, the World Team home hole, 2 points on offer. One of the shots of the morning round, right at it, almost makes it. Jimmy Bullard, another quality iron shot. Teddy Sheringham, this was a very rare low light in their performance, missing a par putt and losing the hole at number 8. And Paul Scholes were terrific this morning. And then on the 10th, the final hole, call in the captain, Sergio Garcia, 3-wood. High cut off of that hook lie, right over the top of the flag. Doing what Sergio Garcia's done all these years. Playing the shot there for Patrick Berger. That was a wonderful result, and Team World ended up with the win there by 1 point. Plenty of highlights here in the opening morning session. Go back to Nick and Josh in studio.
Thanks, Ewan. Yeah, you know, the call the captain was used very well. Both times the teams would go ahead and win the hole using them. 2 points as well on that last hole. Call the captain for Garcia and call the captain for Westwood. But it was the captain's call in the morning. The idea of sending out these icons of football, dealing with those nerves in this uncomfortable environment, the cauldron of that first tee with the crowd there and the millions watching around the world. The words would be important. Here's what they were.
Hello, team. How are we doing?
Morning, lads. How are we doing?
First of all, I want to tell you how honored I am to be your captain.
Well, you've all pulled on an England shirt before, apart from you, Jimmy. You can ask these lads.
I've been lucky enough to play a few Ryder Cups, and I can tell you that one of my most favorite things when it comes down to team play for me is going out there and the memories and the moments that you create with your teammate.
Obviously, it's going to be a long day out there, but we're the younger, fitter team, and we're the better team as well.
Things are not going to go exactly like you planned. I mean, you'll hit some great shots, enjoy those. You'll hit some not so good shots, just enjoy the challenge.
Our talent will come out. There's going to be a few nerves, obviously, but that's excitement, really. There's nothing like pulling on a shirt for your country and trying to win a few points for your teammates.
We're going to go and kick their butts, but no matter what happens, I'm going to be proud, and I want to tell you that, you know, it's a great moment for me, and I'm super, super happy to be here with you.
Good luck out there. Play right till the final hole. Try and win as many points as you can, and good luck.
Let's go get that.
Good stuff.
You know what, was here celebrating these icons of football. They're in my world, though.
Yeah.
Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia, they're friends of mine. I know them, I see them, I've played a lot of golf with them.
I'll pick the names up off the floor
but
there.
like, for me, they're in my world, and you have to remind yourself that actually this isn't the world of these footballers. What would that have felt like for them, being in a room, having these, not just legends of the sport, icons of the sport, but Ryder Cup heroes in a team room environment, give them a little bit of a pep talk before they go?
It would have been incredible, and you saw the emotion in that video. It doesn't take much to G these boys up, but even when we were in the palace over there just last night, we're talking, and the way that they look at the Lee Westwoods and the Sergio Garcias is in the same way that when we look at these footballers that have won Champions Leagues and won World Cups, it's an awe, because these guys can do things that some of our icons would only ever dream of. And now, you know, they're playing in a team for them, for England or for the world. I think it's special, and you really do see that they want to win, they're desperate to win, and they're hyped up, and who better to do it than some legends?
Sergio Garcia, the highest ever point scorer in a Ryder Cup. Lee Westwood, 11 times played the Ryder Cup, 7 of them ending in victory. Imagine sitting around the table looking up to them and also knowing they were both part of the miracle at Medina. Here, look, it's Bullard's army, isn't it?
They have been full. I've spent a little bit of time with Bullard walking the course, and these guys have been everywhere.
Yeah, the worth saying as well that it appears like the bar is open, Josh. The bar is definitely open. Let's look at pairings. Let's talk about what we're going to see this afternoon, because it is different. It is different. It was 4-ball this morning. You can lean on your partner. This one is more pressurised because you have the fact that it is what is traditionally known in golfing world as greensomes, but of course that isn't a word that's used around the world. What it means effectively is both players will drive off, they will pick their favourite tee shot and then play alternate shot from there until the hole is completed. Again, match play, again for the points. These are the matchups. What do you make of them?
You know what? I think first out, Paul Ince and Robbie Fowler against Batistuta and Tevez. It might be a little bit of a problem for Robbie Fowler, this alternate shot business, because, I mean, even though he started well, I think he tailed off a little bit to the end. I mean, they went 4-0 down the last 4 holes. Hopefully they're looking for a little bit of redemption, and Carlos Tevez was automatic with that putter. I mean, he's draining 40-footers. And, of course, Batistuta, very clean hitter of the ball, very, very good, hits the ball quite long as well. So I think that's going to be an interesting matchup. Can they go for redemption? We're going to find out. And, of course, next up, Joe Hart and Phil Jones. Joe Hart,
how good was Joe this morning?
Unbelievable.
Considering his journey here.
Unbelievable. Let me tell you, he was nervous on that first. He was looking over, he was wearing the sunglasses, he was hiding his eyes. He wanted to get it done. But let me tell you, for a 12 handicapper, he played incredibly well. And if he can take that form into the next game, it is going to be incredible. And obviously, he's with his old rival, Phil Jones, as well, up against Vidic and, of course, Diego Forlan, who both played really, really well. I think Vidic is a bit more of a smarter player. He irons off the tee, doesn't like to go too crazy. So we'll see if that matchup kind of lives up to the hype, which I'm sure it will.
They flipped it this morning. Vidic was losing to Jones and Hart this morning.
And
the two-pointer on the last turned on its head.
Let me tell you, I've got to say I am an England fan, but it really was sad to see. I think Joe realised it was worth 2, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But genuinely, I think there might have been a tear coming down past those Oakleys.
We know we could chat about these all day. Some great matchups to come, but we're going to be there to tell that story live. But first, to that first tee, the Cauldron and Incy.
Well, it really is amazing how fast things can change, especially with this format. Things are seriously heating up, not just here on the golf course, but even with the temperatures. The players are just arriving here onto the first tees. You can see how much the fans are really enjoying this morning's session. But Team England have dominated that first session, and Team World are going to be hungry. And we've got John about to announce the groups onto the tee.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Reignwood Park Icons of Football 2025. This is match number 5. 7. Representing Team England, 2 true greats of English football. It's a huge, huge clash this afternoon. Please welcome Paul Ince and Robbie Fowler. And representing Team World, 2 truly great Argentinian players. 150 caps for their country between them. Please welcome Carlos Tevez and Gabriel Batistuta.
This should be an interesting matchup, don't you think, Claude? Robbie Fowler was looking good early this morning. Ince, certainly, I think it can only go uphill from here.
And Carlos Tevez putted fantastic, hit some good quality iron shots. So I think this is a good team for the world to try and get out and maybe try and get some points. But Robbie Fowler, very, very solid in the morning matches.
On the tee for Team World, Gabriel Batistuta.
But a different animal here, alternate shots. You've got to rely on your partner. So if your partner hits it offline and you're in trouble, you don't get to play safe. You've got to play that next shot. So this is where I think the world team can maybe try and get some points back.
And we've spoken this morning about what a terrific opening hole this is. For the longer players, it's drivable. Batistuta hit it just short of the green and made a birdie here this morning. But there is water all the way down the right.
Goes for the early tee, so he obviously likes that.
Carlos Tevez.
Yeah, good start for Batistuta. Carlos Tevez, he was red hot early on this morning.
And that takes a little pressure off of Carlos Tevez. Doesn't have to be quite so perfect here. He can freewheel it, knowing his partner's already in play.
They've got their fans out here, Team World. That's a good start on both players.
Just be a wedge or a 9-iron from there for these players.
Claude, I think it's fair to say Paul Ince will only do better than his opening tee shot this morning. Hit it along the ground, lost his ball.
As we mentioned in the morning, he's nursing a little bit of a bad back. It's not moving the way he would like to.
That's a big hit from Ince.
Oh, absolutely. Can't see them not taking that, but it's a camel.
That's right. For those of you just joining us, every ball ending up in the water or the bunker will be a point deduction. Crocs and camels. Robbie Fowler birdied this morning as well. Would love to replicate it this afternoon.
Yeah, really played solid this morning.
Oh, they love it. We certainly haven't seen 4 balls on the fairway here at number 1. Oh, no, that's a croc. He looked like he loved that one.
Well, he's definitely going to like Paul Ince's one. Right by the fairway. Greenside bunker. Should be an easy up and down for Robbie Fowler.
Well, there's an excellent facility here at Reignwood Park, and earlier this week, these players had the opportunity to visit the wonderful KIS International School.
Welcome to KIS.
Thank you very much. It looks amazing. I think it's time that I introduce you to some of our icons. Theo Walcott, Lee Sharp, Patrick Berger, and a very little known player. It's Gianfranco Zola. Wow. Is the show us round?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah?
I guess we need to look at the sports complex.
are about to play a little competition. We've got Team England against Team Rest of the World. The first one to make a basket wins. Whoa! Oh! There we go. Come on, Jim. It's great! Oh! Show them what we got. There we go. Where we go next?
Should we go to the gym?
I'll follow your lead.
Right, that's it.
Yeah, we make it to the end.
Yeah, that's it. You got it, you got it. You got it.
Is that 1-1? I think it's time to go to the golf. I think we might have to try a little longest drive. See who's got it. Longest drive. Come on. Oh. 256. Where next?
We are going to the running track.
Wow, this is incredible. What do you want to do? Maybe a little 40-meter race.
Go!
Oh, it's quick! It's quick! We've got one more challenge. But where are we going next? No.
Just kidding.
Tell me, where are we going to finally find a winner?
Football.
Me and you, we play in Ethiopia.
Yes! Fear has gone down. Oh, you got it! Well done. Yes! Oh, there it is! Team England!
It's Arsenal. You cannot expect anything more from them.
Plenty of respect for this man. Plenty of respect. Well, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for showing me around your incredible school.
It's more of a sporting complex for unbelievable athletes. And I wish I could come to a school like this now.
I want to go back to school.
It is kind of ridiculous. I mean, I wish I had the same school when I was a little kid. Just playing football at the end there with the kids and just seeing them express themselves. It brings the kid out of you when you get back on the field as well.
Well, as Theo Walcott said, what an experience for those young kids being able to hang out with some of their heroes, some of the icons of football. And an incredible facility here in Reignwood Park. The opening match of the afternoon session is underway. It's Greensomes. All the players will tee off, and then you play alternate shot from there. Batasuda with his second for Team World.
Just a little chip. Carries it just a little bit too far there.
Oh, this is alternate shot, guys.
Too much power, see?
But a big drive from Paul Ince. He's right in the green side bunker. So Robbie Fowler, depending on the lie, I think Robbie can try and be aggressive and get this close. Get that England team off to a good start again.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because the England players are obviously well up, but Robbie Fowler, he was up by 4 points early this morning, ended up losing his match on the final hole, and it's been a pretty quick turnaround, so no doubt a little bit of disappointment from losing his own match. He's got to change that mentality pretty quickly here this afternoon.
Yeah, and a new partner as well. Unless the lie is difficult here, this is a pretty easy shot for a player of his caliber. Pop this up, land this, about 10 feet short of it, let it roll to the hole like a putt. Yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah, just a little too much check, but
that's impressive to get that much spin on it from there, but it's still a birdie opportunity for Team England. Paul Ince will, of course, hit the birdie putt. Legendary pair, Robbie Fowler, member of that treble winning side, Liverpool, back in 2001. Back up at the
Icons
first
of
tee.
Football 2025. This is match number 8, alternate shot in the afternoon. Representing Team England. It's a mix of Manchester. Please put your hands together for Joe Hart and Phil Jones. And for Team World, the ultimate goal-getter and the ultimate defender coming together to try and take down the Team England players. Please welcome Nemanja Vidic and Diego Forlan.
Joe Hart, Claude, as you mentioned, very impressive this morning.
Yeah, I think the morning sessions were really big for Joe's confidence. I mean, obviously he's new to golf. There are a lot of players here that have been playing golf a lot longer than he has. But I really take my hat off to Joe putting himself out there.
Team World, Diego Forlan.
And just last year, Diego Forlan getting life as a professional tennis player. Good golfer as well, of course, Man U legend, icon. And looked pretty steady this morning. Good view of what the players see here on the opening hole. Intimidating tee shot.
I think we're going to see some better golf this morning from these players. They know what to expect. The pins are going to be in the same position. So I think a lot of the nerves are going to be gone in these afternoon sessions. Peter Schmeichel there in the background.
Yeah, was meant to be playing this week, but unfortunately got injured just a couple of days ago. Hurt his back. And now a vice-captain to Sergio Garcia.
Now Nemanja Vidic. No, he didn't play the way he wanted to this morning. Hopefully he finds his swing, finds his game.
On the tee for Team England, Joe Hart.
That's a terrific start for Vidic. What a beautiful opening tee shot. Found the water this morning. Not the case this afternoon. One of the few pairs to retain the same partnership as this morning, Hart and Jones.
Well, I definitely think there's a comfort level there for the two of them after this morning. Hit it left of the fairway here in the morning. Let's see what he can do in the afternoon.
On the tee for Team England, Phil Jones.
He had a couple of terrific shots this morning, Phil Jones. He can be a part of the show and the conversation. Hashtag Icon Series via all our social media platforms. Nick Doherty joining us back here in the commentary box. Pretty good morning session, Nick.
It was great. You know, it got away from the world a little bit towards the end. Some heavy-duty score lines from England in those last three games. Phil was wet this morning, and I've got a fairly good feeling it's a double swimmer and a double croc.
Yep. Yeah, well into the water. Robbie Fowler finding the water in the group in front as well.
Because of the nature of the scoring there, it can change so quickly. I mean, as much as it looks like a complete walloping at the moment by England, 17-3, that happened quickly.
Oh, that was a birdie putt for Ince. Win on the opening hole. Yeah, you're exactly right. Team World were up 3-0 this morning, and I was saying to Claude, it's actually not too dissimilar to the Ryder Cup we saw back in Paris in 2018, where European team walloped the US team, but the US were up 3-0 early on. I mean, anything can happen in this points format too. Oh, no.
Well, that's definitely not the start that they needed.
Well, they led by example. Certainly Batistuta did this morning. Tevez, one of the stronger players on that world side, but it's 1-0. Fowler and Ince smarting after being, well, I suppose outwit a little bit by Sergio Garcia as well as the two they were playing.
It's something sentimental you can look at. It will go in the trophy cabinet. To go home with a cream jacket would be incredible.
Be nice with a glass of champagne in there.
I didn't touch it, barely looked at it.
Like the World Cup trophy where you can just look and stare at it and not touch it.
The losing team has to put the cream jackets on the winning team.
He's going to present me the jacket.
Are you serious? Oh, that's brilliant. Nah.
For the other team to put it over your shoulders, you know, rub it in a little bit.
I can imagine there being some very smug people around.
I'm gonna go in front of John Terry and I'm gonna show my jacket.
We won't lose. We won't lose. I don't have to do that.
We are the one who's going to wear the cream jacket on the final day.
Arguably, that might be the worst thing for the losing team. It's not even losing, is it? It's having to put the jacket on the other players. I mean, that's ugly for these guys.
Yeah, I can't think of anything worse for some of these players. You know, they've fought on the pitch for so long, and having to put a jacket on someone and getting beat again, I can't imagine that's too much fun.
And these rivalries, the passion they have, you know, for when they were playing football, it's brought out here on the golf course. It's the closest thing to replicating what they felt when they were playing football during their careers. They all want to win.
And that won't have changed anything from this morning. It will have only amped up because so many of them coming and speaking to me when they finished their matches. Granted, I'm speaking to the winning sides. They were juiced from the experience of it. It meant something coming in. It means even more now because effectively, you know, Claude, you've been around the best in the world for a long time coaching them. This is the elite tour experience being put on for them this week. This is how the top players in the world go about their business at tournaments in terms of the environment they're in.
Absolutely, and I think what it just shows for everyone watching is this is real golf. This is not tour golf. You are going to see some players hit some shots that might look familiar, might look unfamiliar, but the pressure that these players are on, as you said, Nick, this is not their environment, right? This is not their office. They're in someone else's office now, and crowds, ropes, having to stand up and hit good shots. I think we're in for a really interesting afternoon.
Are we in for an afternoon where the world get their way back into this? It's a different environment. It's highly pressured, this one.
It is. I think there's every conceivable opportunity that could happen. And like I said to Claude, you got to think that come to the last session in the singles, it is going to be relatively close. Take a look there. That's the ball of Joe Hart in the first hole. Phil Jones, of course, having to hit the next shot, being alternate shot.
Well, Phil Jones' ball being in the water means this has to be the one they choose, doesn't it? And it's not great, let's be honest. He's a big lad and he'll need all of that strength from that position.
Come on, lad. You can just get to them, don't you? You want me to just hack it? Yeah, hack it. Head down, we'll watch the ball, get a good contact, see what happens.
Head down, we'll watch the ball, get a good contact, we'll see what happens. Love it.
You know, they might have lost this morning, the pair of Jones and Hart, but they were impressive. They only lost it on the final hole. They hit a lot of really good quality shots, and I'm sure they've got a lot of the nerves out of the system.
I think the only good thing about this is probably going to be a shot that Phil Jones is not unfamiliar with. He's probably hit it in a situation like this before. Come on, Phil.
Quiet, please.
This will just come out sideways. This will just be a splash out sideways, and they'll try to get it up and down. They won't be having to go up the green. It's just a pitch out, just a splash. Shouldn't be an issue. Or maybe it is an issue.
Still in their radar, it appears. Still in that long grass.
Yeah. Not good.
Take a drop.
You know, ironically, the thing from that guy, the instinct tells you to lean back to help it out like grass. Of course, you do that, you bottom out early, you go through more of the thick stuff, and it doesn't come out.
Good thing is, you can only lose 1 point on the hole.
It's love grass.
Nothing to love about that way.
That's generous 2 club lengths from Joe Hart. Very long driver in his back.
Tea in mouth.
Yeah. Spectator in the way. Not overly concerned.
Spectators, there are a lot of them out here. It's a wonderful atmosphere. It truly is.
Wayne, you're
they absolutely adore it.
You're as good a person to ask as any because you spend your time on Sky Sports Golf going around the world, the biggest tournaments, the major championships. In terms of the vibe out there that's been created for footballers in this sort of professional environment, how close is it to what you see on tour?
Oh, it's really good. I am mightily impressed. I really am. It's fantastic. It's a wonderful idea. And this format whether it be cricketers, rugby players, whatever you like. This format is here to stay, and it's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, Nick, further to what you were talking about, I think the way that they've presented this tournament, the way they've tried to treat the players, this is kind of like fantasy camp for them. This is as close as they're ever going to get to feeling what it would be like to play in a professional tournament.
Well, well, well.
I didn't see that as a layup.
No, no. He's avoided the camel, though, Radar.
Oh, and that's doing the rounds on social media later on. He'll be gutted when he sees it pop up for the first time on his feed. Yeah. Back to the first tee.
And representing Team World, two great icons of their nations, representing Turkey and the Netherlands, Hamid Altintop and Nigel de Jong.
I was really impressed with Hamid Altintop this morning. Clutch putt on the final hole to snatch victory.
He was one of those players, even in the morning matches, that seemed to get better as the round went on. But I think the hard part is going to be getting some rhythm in the afternoon. That's the only problem with this format. You can hit a good shot, and then you got to wait, and then you've got to go hit another one. Phil Jones here. Right over the bunker, that's not bad.
So what's that? That was their 5th shot.
Oh, more hits than the Beatles. More hits than the Beatles for that team right there. I think it's time to give up the ghost on that one. It's going to be a point down for him. Jimmy Bullard was, I'd have to say, from my point of view, I don't know what you guys feel, I feel he was the standout performer from both sides in the morning. Some amazing golf.
MVP, wasn't he? He made 3, 4 birdies out there, finished off like a house on fire. He looked super confident as well. He was walking the walk.
And he did exactly what we would expect him to do. He's one of the better players in the field, and in this format, I mean, he's just going to thrive. He loves the big stage.
You see our Josh down there, about to get stuck in, have a little chat with this next group up.
Boys, nice change up in pairings. Nigel, you're still smarting after that defeat because it was brutal.
It was brutal, but I mean you can lose a round, but not the war's not over yet. So I mean this is just the round 2, and I'm always keep smiling. I mean how can you not with this pairing here?
I think you're going to have a lot of fun, Jimmy. I mean, standout performer, Nick saying. The commentary team are waxing lyrical about you.
Oh really? Don't go too early, boys. Do you know what I mean? With my old club Wisley partner, JTA.
You played a lot of golf together.
This could be special.
I'm going to come over and speak to him because I know he hates to lose. He's got that look in his eye now. He wants redemption. JT, talk to me, bro.
Done me this morning, that did. You know what the worst bit? Sitting in the little chair at the end of it.
In the losers' lounge.
The place I didn't want to be was that chair, and I was in there first. not a good, yeah, not a good start. The worst thing was we done about 3 or 4 minutes filming. And they was like, technical fault, you need to go again. Me and Theo need to sit through it twice.
Right, guys, I'm not going to keep you too long. I think it's safe to play. Let's go, boys. Good luck and enjoy.
Different ends of the spectrum there. Jimmy Bullard shining light of the morning. John Terry looking for some retribution because it was a tough loss for him and Theo.
Team World, Hamid Altintop.
I don't think John Terry played the way he wanted to this morning, so hopefully we'll see some of his better golf.
Well, if you're going to have a partner who's going to lift your spirits, no one better than the Bulldog.
It was only about a 4-footer, but Hamid Altintop at the end, the crucial one he held on that 18th green. Boost of confidence going into this afternoon session. Pegged high, letting it fly.
Solid action. Nice through the ball.
Yeah, I watched him hit some balls on the range. He fights like a lot of these players. And I said this morning, when that body gets slow, that club face wants to take over. So I think the hard part for these players is trying to match how hard they want to go at this, but still keep within their natural rhythm. The wind has definitely picked up, Nick, so it definitely looks like it's a little windier this afternoon than it was this morning.
Yeah, there's probably about a club of breeze out here now, Claude.
I think he's topped that one down the middle. Look at that, he's found the fairway too.
For Team England, Jimmy Bullard.
Well, De Jong was on the receiving end of that 8-1 thrashing from Bullard, who has his shoulders pinned back. He is peacocking for sure. Driver pegged a little lower, maybe trying to squeeze a touch of fade up there.
He's peacocking at breakfast. I mean, let alone after playing good in the morning.
He peacocks it in life.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, look at that. Almost on the front edge.
On the team for Team England, John Terry.
Now, John Terry hit it to 4 feet in a practice round here, Radar. He can get there.
Oh, he can get there. He's seriously long. This morning he hit it into the drink, but it covered the length of the hole easily. Probably set up for a slidey fade, being a left-hander. Come on, green it, JT.
We've already had 2 England balls in the water, 2 Crocs. That's 3.
Fair to say it's going to be Jimmy's ball that's going to be used down there. All good, though, for the English partnership as they march on down that first hole. Good friends, of course. Jimmy and John play a lot of golf together back in the UK. There's our situation. Early stages still of the afternoon session. The early lead in that top match for Ince and Fowler. Really strong player, John Terry. Plays most of his golf at Wentworth Club, which is obviously a very famous world golfing venue and the home of the BMW PGA Championship, the flagship event of the DP World Tour. And you know what, you play off a low handicap around a course like that, you can play good anywhere pretty much, Claude. Did battle a bit this morning, be fair to say, though.
Yeah, I think this is just a different stage for these players. I mean, obviously they've played in the BMW Championship at Wentworth in the Pro-Am. Some of these players have played in the Dunhill Links and things like that. But it's very different when you're playing for yourself. It's very different when you're playing for a group of people around you. And I think hopefully for JT, he can just kind of settle in, get a little of those nerves out. But it's hard, Nick. I mean, you know, like we said at the beginning, this is as close as they're ever going to get to being a tour player. And so it's hard sometimes to freewheel it, to trust your golf swing, to try and not steer it. And I think, to me, that's going to be the difference. The players that can just trust what they've done on the range, trust what they've done in practice, and not try and not hit bad shots.
You see there on the left-hand side, that's Stuart Boyle. He's the GM at Wentworth Club. Carrying John's bag today. He thought he was going to be here, enjoying it, sat inside, maybe a bit of aircon, maybe enjoying a couple of drinks, watching the world-class golf on show. Instead, he's the bagman for John Terry, sweating away out there, trying to help his man across the line. A reminder to please get in touch with us as well through our social media streams at Icons Series. Let us know your thoughts, who you think's going to win. Advantage to the English here, you would think. The Pro-Am day was yesterday. Amam, I should say, other than Sergio and Lee out there, but an Amam with a difference. These footballing icons out there. Huge support here, and of course in Thailand, football such an immense sport of power, inspiration, and a big part of the fabric that makes this such a wonderful country.
So good look there, the difference of these drives. Jimmy Bullard almost driving it on the front edge. The world team will be coming out of the bunker. Not too far, they're only just under 110 yards.
Bit of pressure on him here as well, with the English partnership right in the mouth of the green. Might need a 3 for a half here.
And that does seem to be the miss that he fights, the left miss.
Lovely having the support of your captain in Sergio Garcia, but also adds to the pressure, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So Paul ends with about 20, 25 feet to win the hole. Can he sneak one in? Just leaking a little bit to his right. Decent effort there. Nice for speed.
I think Paul felt that his partner Robbie had to do quite a lot of that heavy lifting in the morning, so he'll be keen, as he has done already, get off to a good start. So it's piled the pressure on. Remember, they won that first hole for a point. There's a chance perhaps for a second one there. Back to that first green. And we know we've got Wayne down there. Just a good spot for the English here.
279 yards, Nick, off the tee for Jimmy Bullard and JT. John Terry, he visited the drink for the old crop. Just straight up the green. The other guys have already played 3, so they were in the bunker and fatted it out. So this is, unless the wall chip in, these lads will, the English team will be in front once more. Jimmy Bullard is sort of quite familiar with that territory.
On the tee for Team World, Gianfranco Zola.
He played some pretty tidy golf. He's a steady man, a solid man, although known as the magician. You think of flamboyance and the skill that he had on the pitch. It's more about steady Eddie when it comes to the golf course.
Absolutely. He was very impressive this morning, and he just, I said it in our morning coverage, Nick, he just doesn't have a golf swing that really looks like he's going to be able to hit the golf ball massively offline. And in a lot of ways, Nick, as a low single-digit handicapper, believe it or not, he plays what we would call boring golf. A lot of pars, doesn't really hit it offline, and gets the odd birdie when he has.
Patrick Berger.
And I tell you what, Claude, in this format, you can do a lot worse than that. It's perfect for both of them.
Absolutely. And when I say boring golf, I don't mean that to be derogatory. It's just a lot of fairways, a lot of greens. He gives himself a lot of chances to make par. And in this format, pars are really, really good scores. One of the players that has a lot of speed off the tee.
There's only one Patrick Berger.
Working down that left side, a popular miss with what's lurking down the right.
On the tee for Team England, Theo Walcott.
So didn't get his points in that top match with John Terry this morning. Theo also looking for a bit of retribution here in the afternoon. Different partner.
I mean, Theo going for the John McEnroe short look from the 80s. I mean, how much higher can he pull those things up?
It's brisk, it's short. Oh, he's a little fortunate too. Well done.
Camel pops out of the bunker.
That's fine. You know, in this format, that's nice, especially this first hole. Put it in play, and is a little bit now free reign. Okay, come on. Jermaine, he has the quality. He is a better golfer in terms of where he's at in his golfing journey than his playing partner, and he will fancy taking a cut at this with that power available to slot it on the green, perhaps.
JJ, give us away.
Whoa.
Certainly more than enough power. A little down that left side is amazing, and in practice they're all walloping it onto that green. Now when there's something on it, we're seeing them down the left wing a little more. To that green though, 2 putts to win the hole. It's a nice place for Jimmy Bullard. He can just relax, nudges it in. Let's go again.
He was not thinking 2 putts, was he?
That was never going anywhere other than the middle. Full of confidence. I think we're going to see some really good golf from Jimmy Bullard this afternoon.
Up ahead of the second, Carlos Tevez. He held a 40-footer here this morning, but not to be this afternoon. And it's an early 2-point lead to Team England.
Go away.
Well, well, well. Looking for a strong response from Team World after the morning score of 17-3. So far, not happening.
See the Leeds United flag there in the background. We saw the Hull City shirts this morning. It's great to see. It's not just your typical Man U's, and Liverpool's and Arsenal's and Chelsea's. It's a whole variety.
Well, absolutely. And in the afternoon matches, we've got Gabriel Batistuta and Carlos Tevez, both Boca Junior legends. So it's really good to see them down there as a team. Nick, how's the difference in strategy between what we saw in the morning and what we saw in the afternoon?
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? I mean, you think of four ball like you alluded to this morning. We think you just want one in play, and then the other can go for it. But in actual fact, as you said, you want both in play. This is the format where you do need one in play. Certainly, a hole like this at number one, if you both put it in the water, well, then you can forget about the hole.
Be fair to say, though, most of these players out there, I mean, we've lived this sport. We've played it a ton of times. Might not have a lot of experience in strategy for how you go about getting the most out of a partnership.
No, that's right. I don't think many of them would be playing alternate shot format when they get the opportunity. Is it going left? No, it's going short.
Second hole. That was the third for Phil Jones. Slide on by. It was a putt to win the hole. It might well have been fours between the pairs there, so nothing exchanged, and it stays. There's that slender advantage to Vidic and Forlan.
Don't touch, don't touch.
Little bit of a downslope here, Radar, but is it all right?
Downslope right here. But it shouldn't be an issue. Hard to get spin off that downslope.
Flattens out the flight as well. Tends to send in a touch hotter, hence just a fraction over the top. Not a bad effort, but chipping for the third there.
Great players. One of them was that playing goal, and the other a true artist of his profession. Please welcome Phil Jagielka and Paul Scholes.
Oh, you could hear our announcer up there bringing in Team England. Scholes, Jagielka.
After Team World, they become Team Netherlands. Two of the greats of the Netherlands down the years. Please welcome Ruud Gullit and Ronald de Boer.
Both of those players on the receiving end of big defeats in the morning. 8-1 for Ronald de Boer, 7-1 for Ruud Gullit. So certainly looking to up the ante this afternoon. Always for, regardless of the level of golf, but certainly professional golf, some of those most nervous moments. Obviously the level of the tournament making a big difference, but the nerves on that first tee, just about the height of anywhere on that golf course. While you've got time to think. Once they're off and running, they tend to be in their stride.
Yeah, I think we saw that with quite a few players this morning. It took them a few holes to find their feet.
But they know what to expect now. They've been out on the golf course. They've seen where the pins are.
Reignwood, icons of football. 24 of the greats of the pitch take to the golf course, toe-to-toe, representing England, representing the rest of the world. And great captains to boot. Sergio Garcia, Team World's captain, while Lee Westwood leads the English into this battle here at Reignwood Park. That is their ground. And it is the second session that we're enjoying. And England enjoyed a cracking morning in the four balls. Point system very different to what you see normally in match play. You'll hear more about it as we move on through. But for a win of a hole, a point to play for. We see Ruud Hoylett here off the first tee. This afternoon, the format is greensomes. And so that means both players driving off the tee, picking the best tee shot and then alternate shots from there. And it needs a big response from Team World this afternoon.
Yeah, 14-point advantage to Team England from this morning. And this is one of the players who played a pivotal role in that. Paul Scholes, he's been battling jet lag, but he was impressive this morning.
Let's go, Gay. On the tee for Team England, Phil Jagielka.
A point for winning a hole, but it doubles up on certain holes. The final hole, there's 10 that they play. That's worth 2 points, but also each team has a home hole. For England, it's the 5th. For the world, it's the 8th. And if the away team wins that hole, also double points.
You can see Phil Jagielka there. He knew Scholes was in play, so he didn't mind too much.
I love the brolly. It's very, very stylish, just like your golf.
I'd say it's very mix and match like my golf, yeah, pretty much. But no, I've had a great morning. We managed to get a victory this morning and change of partner. Got Scholesy, and again zapped it down the middle, so no pressure for me.
Alternate shot, you and Scholesy. You make a dynamic duo?
We'll soon find out. We're probably going to use his tee shot, so it's a little bit of pressure on me to chuck him on the dance floor. Hopefully I can do that and put a little bit of pressure. There's going to be no shots in this game, so it's mono, and let's see how it gets on.
Just how you like it. Now listen, I am looking forward to seeing you boys come together, and also, you know, it's the Dutch crew, the English against the Dutch. This is a rivalry that's been going on for years. They both were on the back end of the wrong end of a bad beating. So you're looking to add another one, yeah?
100%, yeah. We're here to put a foot down if we can. We know it's difficult. It was funny. We obviously won our game, but we were fortunate to get out of their away game, our home game, and it would have totally turned the tide. So we know the way the scoring system works. Yeah. The game is not over until you've completed 10.
No doubt. I'm going to let you concentrate on your golf. Good luck. Enjoy.
One thing you can bank on as well, you know, this might not be their arena, but they are ruthless athletes. That's why they got to where they are in football, and they will not take their foot off the gas. The fact that they're coaxing along now nicely, miles in front, they'll want to try and extend and get further away from Team World.
Absolutely, it's a winning mindset that they've brought here from their previous careers being footballers, but we've made the point this morning, it's a debate of do they like winning more or do they hate losing more? And you know, these guys don't want to lose.
And there are a lot of bragging rights on the line here. I mean, if whichever side gets this jacket at the end of this week and hoists the trophy, they're going to be telling people about it for a long time.
You know, this isn't what they do. And as much as we shouldn't expect them to play like Lee Westwood or Sergio Garcia, the captains, we do know that when they were in their world and doing what they did in the footballing world, they were truly remarkable, and they had a certain mindset. And it's actually almost an opportunity here for us to sort of roll it back a bit, because this gets the juices flowing for them like it used to when they were playing, albeit it won't be that physical level. Mentally, we might see a little bit of the Paul Scholes that was a Lionheart at Manchester United, and across the rest of these players as well.
Well, I think you're finding that a lot of these players, Nick, play golf the way they played football, right? Their games were similar. And I think that a guy like Paul Scholes, who was just so steady, you knew he was always going to be on the team. You knew he was always going to put a shift in. I think we're seeing that with his golf. He hits a lot of fairways, he hits a lot of greens, and he is someone that you feel like you can just rely on all the time.
Regular to this uncomfortable environment for these footballers. Ruud Gullit, so often we see him on the DP World Tour playing at the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship each year. A little heavy-handed with the approach.
All wrong up there on the left-hand side with the flag left.
So in a spot of bother. And it is alternate shot from there, so Ronald's got his work cut out from the bunker behind. Camels and Crocs are something else we're going to have to pay attention to through the week. There will be a consequence eventually, Ewan, for how many times the players across the board in the teams go in bunkers and water.
That's right. Of course, if you're in the water, it's a croc. In the bunker, it's a camel. We've seen plenty of it so far.
Plenty of people down on the ground watching the proceedings here on day one. The Reignwood icons of football, and Incy's in amongst them.
Well, it looks like we've found ourselves a mix of fans here. First of all, I believe Liverpool doing quite well. A little bit awkward, Man City, not as good as you should. Sensitive topic, I'm sorry. Still friends, though?
Yeah, we're actually best friends, so it doesn't matter.
And you guys are from Cape Town. What brings you here to Thailand?
We're actually working here as teachers. Yeah.
We've met a lot of teachers. What's the secret? And also, I love your sun cream game. You've almost come matching with your shirt.
Absolutely.
And the umbrella too.
The umbrella is amazing. This is the star of the show.
All right, who have you all come to watch? Over to you.
We're just watching some of the Liv players. We're here for Westwood and Garcia. Obviously, we follow Liv as well. And then obviously, most of the pro football players way back when and everything. So nice to see them.
The boy, Robbie Fowler. That's why we came to see him.
All right, well, let's make some noise and cause some trouble. Let's go to the next take. Come on.
I don't think there's any danger of that lot causing some trouble as they move around that golf course.
Hey.
Jagielka.
Bye.
Got a lot of spin on that one. Has found the green, so it's advantage Team England.
Davi Ginola, as smooth as you like.
That's an intimidating pair, isn't it? Vigo, Ginola.
Vigo. Oh, my word.
Wow. Big movement.
You got a couple of guys who can play some seriously good golf there. Lee Sharp was impressive this morning. Sheringham solid as a rock.
Now the third, a little bit awkward here. Oh, he's played one.
No.
Oh! Word. Well, talk about turning it on its head. They were in bother, looking like losing a point on the opening hole. It has flipped.
Is that the shot of the day, Claude?
Well, that's definitely the shot that the world team needed. We talked about that in the morning, Nick, that something needed to happen in match play. When you're down like this, you've got a hole one. The rest of the world team will have heard that. Is that the spark they needed?
Well, we are keeping track of the potential for shot of the day. You are going to get to vote at it at home as well, and eventually we will know a winner, and that'll be worth a point as well to one of the teams. We'll have a couple of shots probably from England, a couple from the rest of the world, and that's certainly a candidate, surely.
First one we've seen hold from off the green. We've seen a couple go close.
Well, David Ginola seemed to get better as the day went on, as the morning went on. See if he can keep that form that he had late in the morning session.
I remember when he used to do shampoo commercials.
Of course you do.
The Arnold Palmer of football, highly marketable. Davi Ginola. An icon of icons, Figo, what he did through his career. And part of the Galacticos of Real Madrid. However, battered with Ruud Gullit this morning, 7-1 by Scholes and Sheringham. So looking for some golfing fight back this afternoon.
There we go, in the water.
Oh, there it is. We saw the splash. It's a croc to Team World. But Ginola, I believe, is in play over on the left-hand side.
Apologies for any bad language you might have picked up there. I don't think it's from any of the players. I think it's from one of the spectators in there.
Team England, be sharp.
Well, he definitely has the power to get to this first green. A lot of speed with the driver.
Yeah, we saw
it's a little more difficult now, Claude, though. It's back into the breeze. I mean, it's hard to reach it. It's a tough tee shot now. It's into out of the left, which is awkward. You're aiming at the left-hand bunker as a right-handed player, and it's easier to waltz it into the drink. So a lot of them bail out left, and rightly so.
For Team England, Teddy Sheringham.
Yeah, that's okay. Friendly, sharp.
I tell you what, Wayne, as well, because of the format, I mean, Teddy's so grateful for seeing that ball in play because it just frees him up a little to have a cut now with his driver.
It was a pleasure to watch him this morning. He was so confident. I said to him, I said, I'm not playing you for off 4. He said, how many would you give me? I said, I reckon I'd give you 2. That's about it. A member of Prince's down there next to Royal St George's. Prince of Thieves with that handicap.
Yeah, he's taking your money with 2 shots, Radar. Sorry.
Beautiful golfing destination down on the south coast there, right next to Royal St George's. Wayne was saying where the sand wedge was conceived. And they're off and running. All getting out a long day for these players in this heat. And a test of concentration. This is the current situation. 17-3 from the morning session. And a lot of points up for grabs as we move on through. It could change pretty quickly as we move through this. The alternate shot, the Greensomes format that we have this afternoon. Pretty evenly split there, tied in that second match. A bit of an advantage to Paul Ince and Robbie Fowler in the top game up against Batistuta and Tevez and Bullard. With John Terry, the ideal start, 2-0 through the first 2.
Jumping the gun, perhaps. Finally coming home.
Yeah, I don't know. We tend to say it quite a lot, and then we say it right before we don't bring it home. Unfortunately, it seems to be a bit of a theme for us. But we did bring it home. It was a few years ago now, 1966. Not that long ago, I suppose, but probably due again to bring it home.
There's been longer dry spells.
Hope springs eternal, right, Nick?
Exactly. The rest of the world need a proper miracle at Medina moment. Yeah, it feels a little bit like that early on, but remember these points, there's so many up for grabs, it will change quickly. So let's not get carried away. Certainly England won't be doing that. Stunning properties around this Reignwood Park. It's been a pleasure spending time here. Just an incredible school as well. Obviously, Claude, you've got your academy here and also a base up there at the school.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic facility. It's an amazing opportunity, and I really think we can make a difference in growing the game with the juniors out here in Thailand, in Southeast Asia. Nick, these type of events, believe it or not, this is what helps grow the game, right? It helps bring golf to a lot of different places and a lot of different parts of the world.
Third at the par 5, Paul Ince. Third or second? Trouble certainly off the tee if that was the third. I have a feeling that would have been the second. It's only 235 to the end of that bunker.
Straight out to the first. And it's Luis Figo choosing the tee shot of Davi Ginola. So now alternate shots from this point.
That's been bad. That's been a popular spot over this green here at the first.
It's a doable up and down from there, though, Claude. Slightly awkward angle again, going to be whichever ball is chosen for the English partnership. I suppose it's where the ball is, but also who you want to hit the second shot. That's the decision.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to think that the captains, Westwood and Garcia, would have helped out with this format, the alternate shots, trying to pick the pairings and help the players understand a little bit more about the strategy involved.
Well, I think this is an opportunity to talk about match play. So your opponents are over the green. The pin is tucked back left. There's not a lot of room left of it. This is an opportunity to just say, listen, let me just dump this anywhere on the putting surface, right of the flag, and then try and maybe hold a long putt. I think the key for these matches in the afternoon is make the other team beat you with a par.
We got Wayne out there as well on this first hole. But Wayne, it's also, I suppose sometimes you might pick a shot that's not in quite as good a position because you want the guy to hit the second to be the better iron player. So there's a lot of strategy involved in what they choose.
Yeah, it's a fun format. It truly is. It's a magnificent format, but this isn't great. You know, it's what the angle's all wrong. So if you can get this within 40 feet right of it, job well done.
Job done.
Yep, solid, smart shot on the green. I'm reluctant to say advantage Team England because I said that in the previous match. They lost the hole.
Certainly an advantage, puts the pressure on. They'll know that 4 is all but guaranteed for the English pair there, so they probably have to get that up and down from just left of the green to avoid going 1-0 down through the first. Ahead to that second, Jermaine Jenis. For a 3.
It's a good try. I think it's important for England this afternoon, even if they were to lose this afternoon's session, it's the differential, it's the points. You don't want to lose by too many. We saw that with Team World this morning. It was they were ahead, then it was square, and then all of a sudden it was a blowout the last 2 matches, hence why it's such a big difference on the leaderboard. Team England will be thinking about winning, though.
This is for a tie to half hole. I suppose, Claude, as well, if you're having a shocker in this format, you could lose a match by 8 points, 9 points, and all of a sudden that eats a lot into that lead that England have got.
Absolutely. This is not a format that you want if you're not playing up to your best. Gian Fregosola was one of the more solid players this morning in the morning matches.
You know, I was chatting to Paul Ince about this earlier in the week. He said the thing that he loves about golf but also hates it is it's scary because in a football team, even a team like Man United, you could hide when you weren't quite having your best day. When it comes to this game, that ball won't move until you make it. It's a thinking person's game, and there's nowhere to hide with golf.
Well, we're on a big team. Like you said, you can play poorly and the team can win. But in this format, if you hit a bad shot, there's just nowhere to hide.
Putting from the rough. And it's the right play.
It is, but the difficulty there, Ewan, is trying to get the speed as it's coming out of that fringe area. Pretty closely mown areas around the green complexes here at Robbinswood, so the players aren't going to get caught out with super, super thick rough. But I thought that was, Nick, a really smart play from Teddy Sheringham with the world team over the green. Just put it in 20, 30 feet, give your partner a chance to make a putt, and then put the pressure right back on your opponent.
Wayne, we've got a guy here that was a Manchester United icon who's got down to scratch as a golfer. What do you reckon you got down to as a footballer, handicap-wise, Wayne?
Oh, I was great as a footballer. I played for Forest Rangers in Sydney. I was really good at it.
Yeah.
Until I was about 13, and then I went to golf. And
really good at that as well.
Funnily enough, I was pretty good at that too. But this is up the hill. It's quite slow. This boy right here, yeah, just getting back to the Sharpie, I was chatting to him the other night. I said, you were a great, down the left wing there, mate, but the only problem was you ran into a guy by the name of Ryan Giggs. Must have been pretty hard to get in the team.
Yeah, it was good while it lasted.
Yeah. All of a sudden you feel as though you're going to be playing at Old Trafford the rest of your life, and Giggs shows up.
Well, he'd probably be able to handle Ryan on the golf course. but Ryan himself loves the game. Again, another player that it's been a great outlet for. I suppose it must be hard as well for footballers when the ability to compete, it goes away because it's a very physical sport. It can't last forever. Injuries get in the way, but also you just can't be good enough to be at that level and be in those sides. So when that's gone, that can be really tough mentally for a lot of sports people to deal with. Golf is a great outlet. Not just this sport, many of them, but particularly for these footballers.
I think the point Nick makes there is a fantastic one. In the era where we hear a lot about mental health, there are a lot of sports stars that struggle with the transition out of their chosen careers, and to be able to do this and feel that adrenaline rush, I think it's very important. It's huge for them.
Well, Wayne's a big fan of Luis Figo's putting stroke, and easy to see why there. Over to the third, Jimmy Bullard to win the hole. Another opportunity to make another birdie. Saw that in the morning matches. Just sneaks by. Man, he is playing some good golf today.
He is a cracking player, arguably the best here. Let's have a little look at his pre-round routine.
Pre-round routine, eat a lot. I know it's weird, I just got to feel full. A bolognese, a nice spaghetti bolognese, unusual, but a bolognese. Bit warped. Like, what did all the other boys say? A stretch or anything? Like, that's what I would do. Like, first thing come, food.
You know, the carbo loading, it's all well and good when you're running around that pitch. You've got to be a bit careful as a golfer, though, don't you? A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips, Claude, and all that.
I don't think there's anybody winning major championships that's going for the spaghetti bolognese before they tee it up.
Well, this is what it's all about. It is where golf meets football, but really it's about sport.
You look a little bit like Kevin De Bruyne. Yeah. Kevin De Bruyne in disguise.
Doesn't need any words. So that right there is the value of sport and inspiration. Out to the second.
Speaking of inspiration, Paul Scholes has been inspirational so far.
Stuart Broad getting in touch there. Strong second half. Hashtag Icon Series. An iconic cricketer, sort of person that we should look forward to when we open up a course with the Icon Series and we have those icons across the board in sports. I mean, that's a hard team to get into. I mean, you've earned your spot if you can make it into that team.
Oh, absolutely. Even an Australian cricket team, you've got 10 players who play off 3 or 4 handicap or better. And I'm sure after this, every single sport will want to be involved. Every single sports person will want to be a part of the Icon Series.
We obviously know Stuart Broad pulling for his team of England out there. Going well for him so far. Not so well for Phil Jagielka there. A little bit of a weak one, lost to the right side.
Player B's always so much better, isn't he? Just pours it in without worrying about it.
It's a special brolly. Yeah, I have to say it is a special brolly, but needed out there. It is toasty for these guys. Taking on a lot of fluid. And a couple of loops for him. Granted, only 10 holes in each match, but still, that's going to be 20 today. And we are nudging sort of 37 degrees here in terms of centigrade. But some great golf being played. And England with a big lead and ahead in the top 4 games.
So, Nick, how do you feel like the world team can get back in this match?
I don't think cheating's required quite yet, but we might be getting there by the end of the day. I'm a little bit biased. Of course, I'm going to pull for the English, especially in here with you two, because I know you're not on our side. But you know what? It's a format where you do have to be patient, and you got to stay away from that scoreline because you start making desperate decisions. And when you start trying to force the issue in the game of golf, it generally pushes back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I think sticking to a strategy, allowing the fact there's a lot of golf. We're one session out of 4 down here, so there's a lot of time to play. Stay the course.
I think 14 points is misleading in this format. It sounds like a ginormous lead, but Crocs and Camels, shots of the day. 2 more sessions before we even get to the singles. You've got home holes, away holes, the final hole, all worth double points.
And the $10 million hole today as well. We're going to get there. $10 million swing is going to be a part of it. The nearest to the pin there in each group will earn 2 points for their team. There's a huge amount of points up for grabs just in that moment. And, of course, let's not forget, if you pop it in $10 million, big portion of that going to charity. And also the opportunity for someone here at the golf course to win $1 million, and for you at home as well.
But as you both know as former players, I think one of the arts of playing competitive golf, not only at the elite level, but for the average golfer, is knowing when to play offense and knowing when to play defense. You make some mistakes, that's when most golfers start to go on offense, and that's where you can even compound the errors even more.
A little bit of a pause there in that backswing. Well, kicks back in. Theo Walcott's shot chosen here. Now the second for Jermaine Jenis.
Middle of the fairway. Pin right in the middle of this third green.
That was a really, really good action. He has wonderful rotation through the ball. There was nothing steery about that. Confidence is high.
Yeah, the tails are up, aren't they? Well, after all, it is coming home. Who do the audience think is backing to win in this one? Heavily favoured, Walcott and Jenis.
And I think another thing we haven't spoken about is, of course, there's a bit of potentially fatigue involved for players this afternoon. England are the younger side. Will that favour them this afternoon?
Well, I definitely think it's not going to hurt.
You know what? We all joke in England, like the coming home thing it's a bit of obviously it's a tongue-in-cheek sort of thing. It's a bit of fun. Speaking to Ruud Gullit yesterday when we were at the function we were at with all the guys last evening as we take in Zola here, he said, you know what, it's a big mistake that for you guys because it gets right up the nose of the rest of the world, and we take great pleasure in sticking it to the English because the belief in yourself is that it'll just happen because we're England. He said it's a massive inspiration, all joking aside, a massive inspiration for people up against them.
How's that working out for you on the football side of things there, Nick, with that kind of unflinching confidence that you guys are going to win every tournament?
But once we bring it home, we'll have been right, wouldn't we? And we are on our home hole here after all. The 5th is Team England's home hole, so if England win it, they get that 1 point, but they do have to defend against losing it because if the world win, they get 2 points for the victory here. So opportunity for a bit of a swing. Paul Ince up.
That's going to leave his partner with a difficult chip shot over the bunker if they choose to take that one. But I think Robbie Fowler's going to hit the middle of this green.
Fairly lumpy yardage for them, 187. You'd imagine for the stronger strikers here, maybe a 6-iron or so, Claude.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't even want to mess with the flag here, Nick. I mean, you just want to dump this thing anywhere left of this. Give yourself a chance at a putt. For everyone listening and watching out there, on par 3s, you do not need to aim at the flag. Just try and hit it to the center of every green. If you hit it to the center of every single par 3 green you played, how far away from the hole would you ever really be?
I bring everything. You know what I mean? I bring everything. You know, laughter, banter, you know, goal skills, leadership, all that type of stuff. That's what I'm paid to do.
I'm a comfortable golfer, I'm a confident golfer, and hopefully I will bring a few points to a winning team.
They were up against the style of Ginola and Berger this morning, and you think about what they did as footballers. Gritty, Fowler and Ince, feisty, gritty. always in it to the final whistle. Imagine they'll play the game of golf fairly similarly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll see that this afternoon. And it was interesting talking about the home and away holes, just looking at the statistics from this morning here at hole 5. Team England winning the hole on 3 occasions, halving it on the other 3, so they didn't lose their home hole.
Which is one of the reasons they've had this success. Losing your home hole costs you double. Not his best. He'd like it again, that's for sure. And Zola not particularly impressed either, I wouldn't think. Thanks for that one, partner.
20 feet for birdie, and he leaves him 5 feet for par.
And 2 points down through 2 holes in this match. Excellent opportunity here for Walcott Jenness to go 3 points up through 3. Good leave too, Claude, straight up the hill.
Yeah, this is when he can be aggressive with. Get this to the hole.
Okay.
Not bad. Not bad.
That's a safe par and a tricky par putt upcoming for Zola and Team World.
So these are the ones that the world team really, really needs to make. These 5-6 footers par.
A little bit of movement in this one too, right to left.
And it would be a classic unforced error, this
yeah.
one, from Team World. So Zola, hopefully to the rescue.
Oh, never missing, never in doubt. Much to the relief of Mr. Berger.
Do that again, though, Berger, and I'll put a 2-footer in on you. That's what he's probably saying to him in Italian. Super smooth. That's the routine for them. Obviously, it's a beautiful 18-hole layout here at Robins Wood, and you know it well, Claude, but the 10 holes we're using, it still works out perfectly for them. Nice balance of par 5s, par 3s, and, of course, mostly 4s.
Absolutely. This is the home hole for England. 2 points available. And then, and then the world par 3, 166 yard, the 8th, where we saw Jimmy Bullard almost jar it in the morning sessions.
You were saying, though, actually, interestingly, this we move across and see there's another very significant hole that is going to be used for this afternoon wave. It is the $10 million swing hole. Each of the players will have one shot there. They'll play it in between the 9th and 10th on the layout. It's a standalone hole. The nearest to the flag will earn a couple of points extra for their teams. But also, more importantly, you hole it 10 million once, the richest hole in golf. And it's not just for the players, a lot of that going to charity, also to someone on the ground here, one of the fans, and possibly you at home, $1 million up for grabs. Handsome. Sign me up.
Oh, yeah. Now, we're on the ground. Are we included in that? Could we win?
And we're watching. We have 2 chances to win, gents.
Team England in trouble here at their home hole. I mentioned they didn't lose it at all this morning in any of the 6 matches.
Well, that was a difficult shot for Robbie Feller. Not a lot of green to work with. The first thing he's trying to do is make sure he gets it over the bunker.
Oh, that is a beautiful shot. Lovely touch from Batistuta.
An advantage to the world here on the home hole for England. They could pick up 2 much-needed points here, Ewan.
Easy 2-putt coming up. Paul Ince will have the putt for par. Long day out here, and when you've been battling injury like Ince was with his back yesterday, unable to participate in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, he didn't really get to hit a lot of shots yesterday, so he was coming into these morning matches just off of the warm-up, so a little bit behind the 8 ball compared to how much the other players have prepared. I was really surprised, Nick, in the week that I've been here, how many of these guys were hitting golf balls late into the afternoon, and then as they were closing the range, going straight to the short game area. And that's a really good effort from Paul Ince there.
They're like all of us, though, love this game. You can't get enough of it, can you? You think about the condition of the facilities here, what they've got at their disposal, the excitement that they're feeling with the event that they're part of. It's like kids in a candy store, absolutely loving every minute and lapping up every second of it.
And a game that you just cannot master, no matter what level you're at, you always think you can get better at.
Doherty, you don't love it when I play with you.
That's because we keep losing, mate. They want to break us up, but I think we just stick it out until we eventually move on. It's a bit like we should start saying it's coming home, I think, Wayne. We're at that level now. Might have been 1966 when we last won as well.
I've been playing quite well.
And it might be 2026.
I feel like you're trying to say it's a me thing, Wayne.
I think Radar plays more golf than when he was on tour, doesn't he?
He plays a lot. He likes to use the left side of the golf course, hits quite a strong shaped draw. Guys waiting on the tee there, taking a little bit of shelter. Quite excited to see our $10 million swing. You can find out a lot more about that on our socials at Icon Series. Learn more about what it's all about. Doing a world of good as well for charity. What a wonderful putt for Tevez.
And away win, double points. We're 2 points down, back to square.
And Carlos Tevez continuing to ride the hot putter that he rode this morning.
Or perhaps a bit of inspiration for Team World here.
So Diego Forlan, as we've been saying all day, now trying to play professional tennis. And the golf swing and the tennis swing, believe it or not, very, very similar. This is very similar to hitting a forehand. His weight's going to go into his right side and then get that weight through, try and support the club as he comes through impact. A pretty solid, tidy golf swing. Yeah, what a good shot that is.
Team World owning the away hole here at number 5 this afternoon.
Now the thing Navandris fights is, you'll notice he gets to the top of his backswing in a really good position, and then those arms collapse, and that makes it hard for him to control that downswing. He wants to try and feel like it's shorter. He can do it on the range, but he just struggles to do it on the course. But that looked like it was pretty solid. And he's staring at it like he likes it. There you go. That's a good shot.
That was a great shot. That was all over the flag for the 3-time Premier League winner.
The hell in the air there. You can see the odd 7-iron from some of the big lads. He's certainly one of them.
You haven't seen these guys in the flesh before. It is surprising to see how big some of them are. Just so athletic, so muscly. Specimens.
So, Nick, we talked all morning about the journey that Joe Hart's been on. Obviously, new to golf, trying to improve his game. And this is a very daunting thing to throw yourself into, right? I mean, there's nowhere to hide. You're on television. You're new to golf. You're trying to hit solid golf shots, and let's see if he can hit a good one here. And really trying to get him to take more divots, trying to hit down on these iron shots like a lot of golfers, trying to help those irons into the air. That looked like a pretty good pass there. Cut just a little. Oh, wow. Great shot. Really a good shot there.
You talk about pressure on Phil Jones. We haven't seen 4 balls on the green here at number 5 yet. I don't think we've seen 2 or 3. It's not an easy hole. This tee actually points you to the left of the green. It's hard to get aligned here at number 5. Youngest player in either lineup, 32-year-old. Good strike. Is it going right?
Yeah, that looks like it's just leaking.
Oh, no. It was right over it. And it's a camel.
Well, he'll be playing the next one because without doubt they're going to be picking the ball that's on the green. That belongs to Joe Hart. And all credit to him, you know, he comes in off a higher handicap and he's been quite a quick march to get into that sort of 12 handicap where he is. Puts himself out there, but played some lovely golf in that morning session.
What is it, 54? 46, yeah, 129.
130. 130 you want this to.
But I don't mind it, even like the same, what did we have before?
Yeah. Get in that. It might stretch out.
That's fine. I'm not being fussy. You whack it down
I'm trying to find a shot that kind of like is taking bunkers out.
Exactly.
Also giving you your shot. Do you know what I mean?
Cool.
What's the second bunker up there?
Second bunker. About 260 to get in it.
Right, so
yeah, and you want to be there?
You would hit a couple of
do you play you. That's good. You've got to be comfortable with what you want to hit. So go. We're going to hit.
Well, it's downwind, isn't it?
Yeah. Get as close as
you want to hit something that's not going to bring it into place. You want to hit whatever you hit 200 yards, and then you're taking it out of play completely, aren't you?
Only 200, you reckon?
Because it's going to go 230 because of the wind, right?
Jay, I'll be happy anyway down there.
They're in a very good place, those two. You can see they're laughing and joking because they are enjoying a 2-0 lead at the moment in that match over Berger and Zola.
But I think the talk between those two there, Nick, was strategy-wise, they know it's a par 5. They know they can't get there, so they're trying to figure out what shot they want next. And because it's alternate shot, Jermaine's talking to Theo and saying, what distance do you want for the next one? So I think when you're on the golf course and you're laying up on a par 5, it doesn't do you any good to just blast one all the way down to the front of the green and then you have a shot that you don't like. Think about that yardage that you're really, really comfortable with so that then you can make a really good aggressive swing from a yardage that you have confidence in.
Well, a healthy lead for the English going into this second session. And we are on a hole where you can make some headway if you're a Team World player. They get double points on this, the England hole, so England home, World away, and if they can win it, they can collect 2. And they have 2 lovely shots into this green. They will pick the one closer, and they do have the advantage because this is not an easy 2-putt, Claude.
No, absolutely not. But we've been talking a lot about Joe Hart being new to golf, his journey. Who would have thought that they would have sent this team back out, that they would have got points, and this team that they kept together? I think Phil Jones and Joe Hart down the hill here for Phil. Does he hit it? That's going to be a tester.
There's a real connection there, isn't there? Best friends. They might have been Manchester rivals, but they're best friends. You can tell they gel on the course, on and off the golf course. Didn't quite get the point this morning, got really unlucky. But Joe Hart, who was very nervous coming in here, he's certainly looked a hell of a lot more confident as the day's grown on.
That famous Aguero goal of 2012, Joe Hart, part of the Man City side that dashed the hopes of Phil Jones's Manchester United. And up against Vidic again, Phil Jones, who Vidic being Phil's mentor when he came to the club. He was the captain there at the time, Vidic. Sat alongside each other in the dressing room at Old Trafford.
That was for birdie as well. Safe par for Team World.
Highly pressurised putt though now, because that's obviously going to be given. That's a 3. And now for Joe Hart. Makes it, nothing happens, nothing exchanged. Misses, it's 2 points for Team World.
As it was in the previous match. And of course, Team World, they have their home hole at number 8, so Team England can capitalise there with an away win. It's a great idea. They've come up with a great format, the team here at Icon. 7A. It's a lot going on, but I love the points system. This is a putt too. We've seen it missed right, we've seen it missed left. It's an awkward one.
make the decision. Are you going to try and die it in the hole, or you're going to try and take the break out, just put it into the back of the cup?
I love it. That's a big putt. Oh. You know, he's kept over 100 clean sheets in his Premier League career. He wants to keep a clean sheet this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, there is the captain of Team England. It is. Why, Pallant out there taking it in from the guys. Fully, though, like a coiled spring, ready to be called upon. Because remember, there is a caller captain in this second session as well. At any moment, other than on a tee shot, either side can call for their captain to hit the shot for them. Only one time it can happen. So pick it wisely. They certainly did in the morning. Both times they were used, both times the team captain won the hole for their respective side.
Over to the par 5 fourth. Jermaine Jenner's laid up. See if this is a number that Theo Walcott can try and get close. It's like a little bit of a wedge here.
Hustle. Hustle, down. Spin now. Oh, wow. All right.
That was a three-quarter swing there.
Yeah.
Hustle, spin now. Which was it?
Okay.
The fourth now almost straight down, hit downwind. And that's the difficulty. If you hit it over this green, not a lot of green to work with. We're going to see what kind of short game Jermaine Jenners has.
Back to the third and it's Janela. Bottom game.
And a good shot underneath the flag. Played some good golf, Shinola.
And his partner of the morning, Berger, this time alongside Zola. And an opening perhaps for them here. And capitalise. So a bit of pressure on the English there. Looks like it was airmailed by Theo. Jermaine Jenners with a bit of an awkward return to the green perhaps there for the fourth.
Yeah, good shot there by Patrick Berger. The pin today cut on the back portion of this fourth green.
Oh, man, no one's more confident than Jimmy Bullard out on the golf course at the moment. 3-point lead, dominated this morning. Anywhere on the green is a good effort. That's on the fringe, but it's absolutely fine.
Feels like nearly every player slightly underestimating the little bit of push they've got downwind. We've seen virtually everybody beyond the flagship there. Not a bad place to finish, mind.
Well, the other thing, Nick, this afternoon with the temperature rising, the golf ball is going to be going a lot further than it did in the morning sessions.
Beautiful shot there from Teddy Sheringham at number 3. Radar's right. You don't want to be giving him 4 shots as a scratch handicap, do you? He's a good player. Alton Top, England's home hole number 5. Been pretty impressive so far. Turkish player. Teeing it up very high for an iron. Is that a hosel rocket?
Oh boy. It's a crock we're hearing, although almost wasn't for all the wrong reasons. I feel like that one might have been a touch close to the shaft.
I don't think that got a lot of the club face there, Nick.
No. Probably a good time to remind you of how great a footballer he was. Obviously Real Madrid, Schalke, Bayern Munich, 2 Bundesligas he won there. Hopefully that helps correct the fact that we should expect him to be a wonderful golfer too. Not on that occasion, but his partner stepping up when required. That's pretty good considering.
That was all over it, wasn't it? Of course, De Jong, Tevez, Joe Hart all playing alongside one another in that Man City's famous Aguero match.
So back over to the fourth. Lengthy birdie putt across the green here for Gianfranco Zola.
Yeah, good putt. I'm sure that'll be given. Good speed.
Yeah, the English side over the green here at the fourth. Choosing to use the putter here, Jermaine Jones. I think this is the right play. He's going to break from his right, funnel down towards the hole. Speed here way more important than the line, as he judged it. Just left it short.
Jab it.
Fairly equal here this afternoon in these matches. Big lead for England this morning. This shouldn't be too much of an issue here for Walcott. Par putt, number 4. Halves the hole. Keeps the 2-point lead.
I thought you were a nice guy. That's all good. I would have made me putt that as well.
He was waiting for him to give it to him. And that was very missable. Now, this was a pretty good iron shot by Zhang here. Just came up just a little bit short.
It's great to see, isn't it? Never thought I'd be so invested in footballers playing golf. I'm sure there's thousands, millions of people around the world at the moment thinking the same thing. As we've spoken about on several occasions, Claude, it's not their natural arena. They're more comfortable walking out onto a Craven Cottage or a Stamford Bridge or an Old Trafford, but it still gives them that competitive fire.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that formats like this show is, as I said earlier this morning, professional golf is so good. It is golf at the highest level, and very few people are ever going to play golf like we see the best players in the world, like Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm. But this is the type of golf that I think everyone watching plays on a regular basis. They don't always have their best stuff. They don't always have control over their ball flight, but still, the strategy here in this format, I think, is really, really important.
I think this is good play with the putter as well from Alton Top. Walking around this golf course, I would say anywhere from within about 10, 15 yards of the putting surface on nearly every hole. That grass is cut very tightly. The grain of it is always going against you. If you try and chip the ball, it's so easy to chunk it straight in front of you. If you putt it, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and one of the things we always say, from this distance right here, if you're going to take your sand wedge or your lob wedge or try and hit a little bit of a bump and run, could you hit a better shot inside of what you could do with your putter? So if you get out of position and you can use the fringe and putt through it, putter is always a good option, gives you a little bit more control.
Okay. I mean, a bad putt's much closer than a bad chip from that scenario, isn't it? And still gives De Jong a chance for a par. That is a really tough match to come up against. Jimmy Bullard, John Terry, who plays really well.
So we saw this putt a lot in the morning matches. So John Terry, left-hander, it's going to go off of this slope early. So it's going to be a little slow early. Now it's going to pick up speed. Now it's going to start to go. That's really a short putt.
He hasn't had his best stuff, John Terry. He did in the practice rounds, but it's amazing what a difference a day or two can make. Put yourself under the pump of competition.
You know, it just goes to show you what happens in practice has no real bearing as to what's going to happen on the golf course. So for everyone watching, how you hit it on the driving range, how you're hitting it in practice, there is no correlation between flushing it on the driving range and going out and playing well. You can hit it terrible on the range and go out and play solid.
Ruud Gullit, 4th hole, par 5. Beautiful footwork. Third shot, that's going to be a lengthy putt. I mean, just going back to your point there, we saw the best player of the world, Tiger Woods, in his prime, walk to the first tee. And how many times did he hit a poor first tee shot?
I mean, at Augusta, he picks up his mail in the left trees over there. He could never hit the first fairway at the Masters.
Back at the 5th, John Terry's left. Jimmy Bullard some work here for a par. Currently 3 points up. No gimme left for Team World either, but this is the home hole for England. You don't want to lose this hole.
2 points available if the World were to be able to, but of course not. I mean, he's walking them in. He's walking them in.
Well, he misses that as a chance for Team World to win double points. By virtue of holding it, they've got a chance to go 4 points up here if this one misses.
Up the hill so he can be aggressive, and he knows he has to make it. No point in being short, right in the back of the hole. There you go.
Well done.
Good putt there.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid, Nigel de Jong, for the most part, telling me at the barbecue last night that just doesn't get a chance to play much anymore, being the technical director of football for the Dutch Federation. Up ahead to the longest par 4 these players are playing. This is Nemanja Vidic, second shot, and the 6th.
So we'll get a really good look at this golf swing. Just a little bit of overswing at the top. And that just sometimes compromises that contact. Not bad.
I see what you mean. When he gets to about 85–90% of his swing, it's perfect. It's in excellent position.
But like a lot of players, he struggles to feel like he shortens his golf swing. I talked to a lot about it on the range, and he said, listen, I know my backswing gets a little bit long, but it's hard for me to find that trigger. And I think everybody kind of has their own swing DNA. He can do it in practice. We had him hit some shorter shots. The contact is better, but when he gets out on the golf course, he just reverts back to what he does.
So for people watching that love their golf, that do the same thing, what's a good drill they can do?
Well, as I said to Nemanja, just keep trying to work on it in practice. When you play golf, right? And when you practice golf. And I think a lot of golfers struggle because they're trying to play golf swing on the golf course instead of trying to play golf. Yeah. And you're trying to work on drills and you're trying to work on feelings. And one of the hard things that we're always talking to golfers about, but especially competitive golfers and competitive athletes like these players are saying, listen, there's practice and then there's playing.
Back at the 4th, long putt for Ronald de Boer. They're 3 points up in their match against Scholes and Jagielka.
Yeah, this is uphill the whole way. Really good job judging the speed there. That is a really good effort from Ronald de Boer.
Well, he's MVP this afternoon, isn't he? He holed the bunker shot at number 1. He's looking really good.
Absolutely. And because these greens at Robbinswood, are so big, speed control, distance control, very, very important.
Most of these players liken golf to taking a penalty kick. I mean, most ball sports, you're reacting to what the ball is doing. And, of course, the ball is stationary. When you're taking a penalty kick, it's stationary here on the golf course. And Team England would love that again. Jagielka smoking that one past the hole.
But I think we're seeing that, right? That's an example of you start leaving a couple putts short, you leave a couple putts short, and you say, okay, I'm not going to leave this one short, and then you run it 10, 15 feet past.
You can see Jagielka's really disappointed, obviously, with that putt. It's important not to get too dejected out here because a 2-point loss is a hell of a lot better than a 4 or 5 point loss.
What are your thoughts about flag in versus flag out?
I think we're seeing more of the top players putt with the flag out. We saw a lot with them in to begin with. I've always enjoyed the old school putting it with the flag out, and it's another loss for Team England.
But then Matt Fitzpatrick won a major championship, the US Open at the Country Club, exclusively putts with the flag in.
Yeah, I think it's subjective. I don't know if there's a right or wrong. I think a lot of players are reverting to old school, what they used to do. Ooh. It's a camel for Team England here at 6, and it's not a good lie for Phil Jones.
With the lie, that's a pretty good shot.
I think in that scenario, even the best players in the world, when they're plugged in a bunker, so often I see them with a lob wedge or a sand wedge, and in that scenario, you could theoretically take a pitching wedge or a 9-iron and just get a little more roll out of it.
Absolutely. If you're in a bunker, if you're in a bunker greenside and you've got a long shot, maybe think about one, maybe two more clubs. Everybody wants to take the lob wedge and kind of play their bunker shots the way they do. But you can take a pitching wedge and do the exact same thing. You can open the face, put that ball forward, but just that little less loft, that little more club length is going to help you get that distance. Because the harder you try and hit these bunker shots, when you have a long one, the distance can be the issue. Now, Gianfranco Zola, I've been saying it all day, you're in one of the really good golf swings of all of these icons.
It's just so tidy, isn't it? He likes it too.
Yes. Just a quality shot, front edge.
It's fine. It's a good leave. On and away hole. Double points on offer. They're 2 points down. The other great thing about golf too is when you go to any stadium around the world, it's great being at a live sports venue, but you're a long way physically from the players. To be here at the golf course so close to these stars, Zola, Walcott, Berger, icons of the game, it's just a tremendous atmosphere. Trying to draw it in, Patrick Berger. Yeah, another good shot. It's a tough hole.
So over to the 6th. Waterfall in the background. Diego Forlan. See what kind of touch he has here.
Oh. Not very good touch there. An opportunity for Team England after being in trouble to salvage something out of this.
Beautiful backdrop here at Robbinswood. Joe Hart from a similar distance. Let's see what he can do with the speed here.
Well, speed was good.
If your ball always has the right speed, how far away from the hole are you ever going to be? If you're trying to break 100 for the first time, 90 or 80, speed is far more important than the line. Go out, practice your speed as much as you practice the short ones. I think we've been part of the problems as instructors. We've taught putting backwards. We teach mechanics from 5 feet first and then say, okay, now go putt from range. It's actually the opposite. You want to try and figure out that touch and that feel and see if you can then work on those shorter putts.
Oh, beautiful putt from Vidic. It's a win to Team World. They go 1 point ahead.
So a little green on the board.
Yeah.
Remember that one short, so going, and in the end you drop. Huh?
And quite significant leads too in a couple of them.
Great putt. Thank you. Bye. Keep going. Well done, boys.
Team World captain Sergio Garcia, a happy man this afternoon.
Over to the 6th, Jimmy Bullard played so solid this morning. We'll get a good look down the line here at this golf swing. He's a really good iron player, but I think he's a great example of kind of, in the way that he is on and off the golf course, a tremendous amount of confidence. But if you look at the way that he swings the golf club, a lot of speed, body keeps moving, and very, very good with the contact. One of the things I like about his golf swing is the quality of the strike is always there. Takes a divot, great balance. Yeah, not bad there.
He's a very, very good player, Jimmy Bullard. You think he has a chance at a European Legends Tour or anything like that?
I guarantee he thinks he's got a chance.
Yeah. No questioning that. Top, his second. Oh, it's caught that heavy. It is a raised green here. He struggled with his last couple of iron shots. That's going to be a difficult camel there for Team World. If you're just joining us, any ball in the bunker is a camel. Any ball in the water is a croc. And it's a 1-point deduction to your team at the end for the team with the most balls in those positions. Plenty of good golf being played in the afternoon session here at the Icon Series of Football. This is Robbie Fowler at the opening hole. Liverpool Icon, second shot. Team England under the hole for a birdie. They would win that.
And then picking up where he left off in the morning session. First hole, the afternoon, Jimmy Bullard buries it for birdie. Confidence high. He's loving it.
He's always loving it, Jimmy Bullard. Doesn't matter where he is, what he's doing, has a real zest for life. A lot of candidates for shot of the day. I think none better than this one from the Dutchman, Ronald de Boer. First hole, out of the bunker, nothing but net.
Making that look easy. That was not an easy golf shot.
And a point to Team World.
And then over at the fifth, home hole for England, 2 points available. Carlos Tevez, he rolled the rock pretty solid this morning. Flat stick working for Carlos. Team World wins that hole.
Well, hole 5, the par 3, it's a home hole for Team England. That means if Team World was to win this hole, they get double points, but Jermaine Jenis has a putt for the win here and to go 3 points ahead. Oh, it's never missing.
That's why the hole is round, using all of it. But no points on the scorecard for style.
Bit of ice cream, huh?
I hate those ones. They're so snippy, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. The top pros think the same, too. Don't worry about that. Here's the impressive team this afternoon, Claude.
They've played pretty solid. And Mr. Hullett didn't have his best stuff this morning, fighting off a little bit of an injury, so a lot resting on the shoulders of Ronald de Boer. It didn't sound solid. Conditions maybe just a little bit windier in the afternoon than the morning. So it's this left side for Ruud Gullit that he's really struggling with, and that's why he's trying to take that little bit of a step. I saw his captain, Sergio Garcia, trying to get him to feel like he's got more weight on that front foot at impact. That's why he's taking that step. Just struggling to control a little bit of what the club face is doing.
Jagielka hasn't had his best stuff this afternoon. It's continuing. The Everton Icon. It's a croc. A few crocs this afternoon for Team England.
He doesn't have to worry. We've got Paul Scholes here. He's been rock solid. A really good golfer. And to me, Paul Scholes is the example of a guy, he doesn't care how he hits it on the range. He's just going to go out and play golf, get the ball in the hole with whatever he has. And just when I say that he's...
Oh, no. Oh, no. And they are having a double croc this afternoon, aren't they?
The double croc.
What is the equivalent? They're down 6-0 at halftime. I mean, that's going to be 5 points down through 5 holes. And to be fair to Paul Scholes, they had a big win this morning. He arrived Wednesday completely jet lagged. He didn't sleep properly for 2 nights. They've obviously had a lot of media obligations combined with practice rounds. He's got to be exhausted this afternoon.
Yeah, he might just be running out of gas.
Carlos Tevez at 7. Currently 3 points up alongside his partner Batistuta.
Been so impressed with the way Carlos has performed on the greens. Beautiful distance control.
And one of the last players, as we spoke about this morning, to get in here. He was on holidays in Colorado, skiing with his family. Missed a flight, never got in till about midnight Thursday night.
Up the hill here, breaking from right to left.
Oh, with the towel around the neck as well. He said he was going for style points this morning with the socks. Now he's added the towel to it. It's not working, though, on the scoreboard this afternoon.
No.
So we never saying God, we're back anyway.
Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall with those two, Fowler and Ince? What icons.
I sat next to Robbie at dinner the other night and just listening to him talk about not only his career as a player, but now trying to forge his career in management as a coach, coaching in Saudi Arabia. But a very, very solid golfer. Loves the game.
Okay.
Back over to the 5th, the England home hole. Both the England players finding the water.
Well, I mean, in this situation, what do? I mean,
you pick up.
You just pick up and go to the next.
You pick
you
up.
just have to, don't you?
There's no way they're going to get out of this trap.
I mean, if you're Team England, the only thing you can do is tee up again and play 3 from the tee, and I mean, they're not going to win anything there, but I think they're too far away to yell out, pick it up. DeBoer's just figured out what's going on. This is just a practice shot now. It'll be a 5-point lead through 5 holes for Team World.
So good comeback for Ruud Gullit in the afternoon. Didn't have his best stuff this morning. And you've got to think that will be conceded.
See Jagielka there in the background, just perhaps struggling with a bit of a back injury. It's hot out here this afternoon. It's really hot. It's important to keep your fluids up. No matter how much of an athlete you are, it's easy to get drained physically out here.
Well, as I said earlier, I think one of the things, even those great athletes as these players are, walking in this type of heat is something they're just not used to.
That's how things stand this afternoon in the alternate shot format. A 14-point lead after this morning to Team England. Bit of green on the leaderboard this afternoon, perhaps trying to edge their way back into this.
pretty special opportunity coming up right here. A warm welcome. If you are joining us for the very first time to Reignwood Icons of Football. So far it has been a bit of a demolition derby when it comes to the performance of England. They were stupendous through the morning session and the afternoon, nicely balanced. Lots can change, lots of points up for grabs as we go through what should be an incredible afternoon. Much more to come and a huge hole that we'll be talking about. In fact, a world first when it comes to golf. Before all that, let's hear from Incy and Radar.
Welcome to the richest hole in golf, and this is the $10 million swing. We've got 24 icons teeing it up, and between them, they've made 6 hole-in-ones in their golfing careers. So we know it's possible. It's a bit like a penalty shootout, just 10 million times harder. And I think Radar's on the green, so let's find out a little bit more.
Thanks, Incy. Well, we've got a 10 million bucks on the line here. The hole is 170 yards, this par 3. The green sits way up there, so there's an elevation change. Doesn't play 170, even though there's a little bit of draft at the moment, but it plays around 165. For most players, it'll be a 7 or it'll be an 8 iron. The shorter hitters may be a 6 if they tuck the flag all the way back. It's a circular green. You don't want to pull it over there, the left-hand side. The ball will go splishing and a splashing, and over there on the right, but it's a wide over there on the right-hand side to find the water. Go on, Incy, you've got plenty of money, I know that, but do you fancy 10 million? Go on, girl, give it a crack.
All right, Radar, coming in hot. Will that do?
A beautiful looking shot, but it's not going to be the $10 million. So a reminder, 24 icons, 1 opportunity each to make a hole-in-one, the perfect swing at just the right time. If you do that, $10 million, the richest hole in the history of the game. A lot of that for that player, but also for you at home watching, for someone here on the ground, and of course for charity. It is an immense opportunity to take in something really rather special. A lot of that business though will take place down the green end. For more on where that flag is, let's find Radar.
Well, down here we've got a flag that's 5 from the back, 5 from the right-hand side, and it's playing 172 yards today here live. What about 10 million smackaroonies on offer here? Some going to charity, some going to some punters who are here, and some to these rich footballers anyway. But who cares? It's such a big old prize. We've got a little bit of draft into an elevation change of about 5 or 6 yards. Bring it on. Let's make a 1 here today. We've got it tomorrow too, but let's see it today. And you might even see me strip on down and dive in there with triple twist and pike.
$10 million. What would you do with $10 million? Here's what the icons would do if they were to pop one in right here this afternoon.
Hole in one. It's got to be the most iconic thing to happen.
If I win the $10 million, the first thing I will take everybody out, including you. So you are all invited.
I wouldn't have a clue what I'd do. Probably buy a jet fighter, Red Arrows, one of those planes, and maybe the pilot as well, and let him fly me where I want to go.
I'd be buying one of the gaffs around here and making this a permanent home because it's absolutely beautiful. I would probably run all the way to Prague, celebrating the whole way. Yeah, I know it's a long way, but that's what I would probably do.
$10 million, if I won, I'd spend it on all the boys. It's got to be a night out in Bangkok, isn't it? Like, we're here.
Probably I will share with my teammates.
I will not share with my team this $10 million.
I will definitely buy a private jet.
Is it $10 million or 10 million baht? Is it? I thought it was 10 million baht.
To be fair, I'm thinking about that because it never happened in my life that actually I did a hole-in-one.
I'll find some stuff. I'm sure my kids will probably end up spending it for me, I suppose.
I don't know about where to spend the money, but I think I'd potentially look at retiring from golf. You know, what more can I do? I think I'd potentially throw the club in the water and just go for a swim. What a great way to finish my golf career would be to hole it out for $10 million.
What a prize on offer. It's going to be very exciting, and it's coming up very soon. And if there wasn't enough reasons to watch it already, $10 million on the line. I want to see Wayne Riley with a triple. What is it? A triple somersault and pike in there.
back clay out Sukahara with a full twist.
It's a great hole. It just adds to the whole unique format of this great icons of football here at Robbinswood Golf Course. We'll go back out to live golf. It's the 6th. It's Jermaine Jenis. 2 points up. Second shot.
Up the hill here.
Could be a camel. That could be in the bunker, that one. Gianfranco Zola, second shot up the hill at 6. Oh, that was straight over the flag. Wrong club, perhaps.
Yeah, just misjudged the distance there.
Well, this is Team World's home hole, number 8, playing 166 yards. Tricky pin over there on the right-hand side. Jimmy Bullard didn't think so this morning, almost slam dunked it for an ace.
Yeah, he went right at this pin position on the 8th. But Ewan, as you said there, a little false front there just to the left of the flag. So it's all about getting the right club to carry it on that top slope.
Currently a 1-point lead to Team World in this match. Diego Forlan and Nemanja Vidic, but a big opportunity for Joe Hart and Phil Jones to snatch double points here if they are to win an away hole. And Claude, like I was alluding to earlier about the fact that here at the golf tournament, the golf course, you can get so close physically to your icons, your heroes. Look at Joe Hart there. How often would you get that at the Etihad?
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the great things about professional golf. Historically, you've always been able to get very, very close to your heroes. So many football fans here enjoying the same kind of access, getting up close to their footballing heroes. Let's see what Diego Forlan can do here. He's going to try and hit a little draw here. He's going to try and hit a little cut.
Hasn't had his best stuff this afternoon. Avoiding the camel, but short-sighted over there. Over 500 appearances, Man U, Atletico, Villarreal. Now a professional tennis player. He's a good golfer, just one of those really annoyingly talented people, good at everything.
Yeah, and that's a big jump from football to playing professional tennis.
A bit of pressure on here for Nemanja Vidic.
Yeah, this is where you just need to kind of focus in on the middle of the green. Don't think about the bunkers to the right. Don't think about any of that water to the left. Pick your target out. Pick your spot out. Be really, really disciplined here. No need to go flag hunting here. Anywhere on the putting surface is all he's trying to do here. His partners missed the green. Give yourself a chance to hold a putt for birdie. Doesn't overswing as much with the shorter stuff as he does with the longer stuff, so this should have a little bit more control.
Oh, they like it. Has he risen to the challenge? Oh, what a shot. Straight over the flag.
Very good iron shot there. He'll be happy with that. Didn't play great in the morning. Starting to hit a few better shots.
And that is a big moment, because after the ball of Diego Forlan's missed to the right, I can guarantee you Hart and Jones are thinking, oh, double points on offer here. Now, where Vidic's ball is finished, probably not going to make worse than par, which is going to force Team England's hand to make a birdie if they want to win.
Let's see what Joe Hart can do here. See if he can get this divot in front of the golf ball. I was talking to him about trying to have that left foot, his lead foot, be a little bit more stable through impact. Tends to want to slide and move, and that's when his weight backs up and he loses control over that club face. See that, just that little foot motion here. He's conscious of it, so he's trying to work on it. Yeah, that's a really good shot. That's a very good shot for Joe Hart.
That's a very good shot for a tour player.
Absolutely, middle of the green. He did exactly what he's supposed to do there.
So perhaps now a little bit of pressure taken off Phil Jones. He knows that at worst they've got a 20-foot birdie putt. And he hit a couple close this morning.
Absolutely. One of the things we were talking to Phil about, for as big and tall of a player as he is, his stance can get a little bit narrow, and then those legs move around a lot. For the longer hitters or for the taller players, I remember in the 90s when my father was working with Davis Love. Davis was 6'4". He's one of the first really big, tall golfers. We see a bunch of those now. Davis said he felt like being taller, if his legs moved around a lot, his hands and arms would move around a lot. So that was a lot better there for Phil. The legs not quite moving around as much.
No, look, I mean, it's not the ball they're going to take, but it's not a horrible shot. Oh, here we go. It can only happen once per session, and it's happening right now for Team England. The call, the captain innovation, Lee Westwood on the 6th hole.
Well, if you were going to call someone to hit an iron shot, Lee has been one of the elite iron players in the game throughout his entire career. Just marvel at how well over the course of his entire golfing career all over the world, how his iron game has just never really wavered. Such a good iron player.
They need him to hit a good one here. It's a pretty solid shot.
Yeah, just carried that maybe 2 yards too far up on that top slope.
But importantly for Team England, they're on the green. Paul Scholes is happy. They're 6 points down through 5 holes.
Good swing, that.
Mohamed Altendor, we saw him make a putt on the 10th, his final hole in the morning. That was much needed, and that's for the win.
Clawing their way back, Team World, in the afternoon.
They can get that third match back to all square, then things are going to look a little bit different. Maybe just a bit of momentum going towards the world way.
Team of Hullet and De Boer. Dutch pair 6 points up. They're at the par 4 6th alongside team captain Sergio Garcia. Just to remind viewers, there are home and away holes. Team England have already had their home hole, which Team World in this match won, so that was double points. An opportunity to claw their way back here. They're on the green for 2, Team England. They could win an away hole at number 8 and get double points. The final hole is double points on offer. There's also the $10 million hole where you can win points for nearest the pin.
Well, we've been talking about it all morning. Putting from the approach areas of these greens around Robbinswood. Sergio trying to talk to Ronald about how much break. But this is all about the speed. He's putting up the hill. This is going to be pretty slow. So can he get the speed right?
He has, you know.
That's a pretty good effort there.
He's been rock solid this afternoon.
Got off to a great start holding that bunker shot at the first. Will have given him a lot of confidence. And you know, I think these players are playing on confidence, right? They start hitting a good shot, just like everyone watching. You get off to a good start, it really does help you kind of get into your round.
We're looking at the icon, Paul Scholes. Team England needs something to happen here. 6 points down to Team World. They're at the 6th. They've called the captain. Lee Westwood hit the second shot in here. Paul Scholes, can he do it?
That looked good for a long time. What a good putt. What a good putt from Scalzi.
And we were talking about running on confidence. It's amazing how in sport momentum shifts, because this pairing here, they were looking great on the opening hole. Scholes and Jagielka are in the box seat to win the hole. All of a sudden, De Boer holes a bunker shot. Team World win it, and they've never looked back.
Absolutely. See if Ruud Gullit can clean up.
Oh, well, if there's a candidate for worst shot of the day, let's be honest, that's it.
That was a gift. That was an absolute gift. What are you doing there? Nothing sexy about that, Ruud. Come on. What was that?
Team England are on the board.
That's like missing your mouth with a fork.
And you know what? That's the third time today we've seen a call the captain, and all 3 times that team has won the hole.
Absolutely. He'd love to have that one back. That's like missing a penalty kick with no goalkeeper. He didn't even get halfway, poor guy.
I want to see that in slow motion.
No, you don't.
He almost missed the ball.
You don't want to see that in slow motion.
True. All right, Robbie Fowler, 9th hole. Currently 3 points down to Team World.
Oh, good shot there from Robbie Fowler. Really solid short iron shot there. A lot of confidence in that swing.
And big opportunity coming up. Win this hole. They've got another nearest the pin hole, the $10 million hole. Then double points to finish. This is great to see, the rivalries 20, 30 years ago on the football field, but the sport itself bringing you together for life.
Well, I think we're seeing from the footballers here, Ewan, it's the same thing we see, you know, on the PGA Tour, on DP World Tour, and any of the tours around the world. As much as these players are fierce competitors, as much as they want to beat each other, you spend so much time with these people. You spend more time with your other players on your team, and you spend time with other players on tour than you do with your own family. So this is kind of like the second family that you've got, and all these players grew up together. They've all been at the top of their game, and so much respect over the years, but great friendships that have been formed over the years as well.
Long putt for Gabriel Batistuta.
Don't give anything away in this top match, though, for the world team.
It's outside the gimme zone, but it's not a terrible putt at all. It wasn't easy. Five minutes or so away from the first group taking their shot at $10 million, the richest hole in golf. Believe me, they'll all be thinking about it too.
So a really good opportunity for the English side to claw one back.
It's a pretty easy putt. Oh! That was a good putt. That was for a win. They still might win the hole if Tevez misses the one coming back, but opportunity missed. That's great to see.
I think one of the great things about putting in match play, Ewan, is you can just be freewheeling it, not really thinking about it, and all of a sudden you've got a 6, 7, 8 footer that you have to make to try and tie the hole. Those are the pressure putts. That's 8 feet on the PGA Tour is where that mismake goes to 50%. I think everyone watching thinks every 8 footer these players have on tour, they're going to make them. So these are the tough ones to make.
Oh, if there's a player that I had to have make the putt today, it's Carlos Tevez. He has not missed. A reluctant fist bump there from Robbie Fowler. They make their way to the $10 million hole. We'll go back to Team World's home hole. Diego Forlan birdie putt.
Yeah, down the hill at the 8th. Home hole for the world.
Ooh.
Slow down, slow down.
That has opened the door for Team England. Big time. Double points on offer here. They're 1 point behind Jones and Hart. They could be 1 point ahead very soon.
Absolutely. And a really solid iron shot in here from Joe Hart to set up his partner Phil Jones for a birdie. A much needed birdie that would pull them all square with Vidic and Forlon.
Big advantage to putt second here anyway, certainly from a pace perspective, but these two eyes have really widened after seeing that ball go rushing past the hole.
It's a really good pairing in the afternoon, again, for Joe Hart and Phil Jones. Very, very close, so a little bit of a comfort level there. Has he played enough break?
For speed, will it be given? Got to give that putt, don't you? No, they're not giving it. Not giving it. Or are they just balking? Par putt for Vidic. Oh no!
How did that not go in? What a good putt.
Boys, this is the richest hole in golf. I mean, look at it, the $10 million swing. But you have 3 hole-in-ones. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing 3 hole-in-ones.
Only three. This is going to be the 4th.
Will this be the best hole-in-one you ever get?
For sure, for sure. I hope to help somebody. If it's worth to help somebody, it's going to be welcome.
No doubt. Boys, we're going to walk to the tee box and we're going to come and have a little chat with you. Robbie.
Yes.
Are you already spending the 10 mil?
No, I'm not even thinking about it, to be honest. I'm just, I'll be happy with a green in one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that. I mean, obviously we want to win, it'll be brilliant. Yeah, I will spend it. Well, wisely.
Well, an extra point is home for extra point is on offer for closest to the pin as well. So I'm going to leave you guys to it, and we're going to leave you in the capable hands of our man, Big John.
Thank you.
We've got Icons balls for this, right? Your caddy's got. Okay. Yeah. You want to buy it in the ball. 167. 167. 172. Into the wing? Yeah. 167.
Well, certainly playing a little bit downhill here, this hole. Radar, you're down there. The wind, how much is that influencing the hole at the moment?
It's as strong as it Baby, it's a firework. Look at this. This is magnificent. I jumped about 6 feet in the air then.
So did I.
My word. So 172 yards, and the wind is strong, and you've got to club up. You really need to club up because it's playing long now. It's probably playing all of its 172 with the elevation change being downhill. There's probably 5, 6, 7 yards of it. And look, I'm not sure we'll see so many people get back to it. You feel as though it's a 6, hit yourself a 5.
Carlos Tevez on the tee. He's been playing some good golf today, Raider.
Yep, good player. Can he get it back to it?
Whoa, that was for $10 million, but it wasn't close.
On the tee for Team World from Argentina, Batigol, Gabriel Batista!
Likes to hit a little bit of a fade here. He likes to aim right, take it outside, come over it.
Yeah, I just hope... If I was caddying for them, I'd be going, listen, you've really got to pound on one to get it back to it. Good-looking shot, that, but still, I feel like getting up on the tee. I'm down on the green, as you rightly know, but I'd like to get up there and say, listen, I'd love to see someone win the 10 million smackaroonies. I really would.
Absolutely, we would. If you want to see it go off,
I'd be
there's
there,
also...
mate, this evening.
I want to see you do a triple somersault and pike.
Governor. Got himself a 5-iron.
This for $10 million.
Go, go.
Oh, safely aboard. Well, don't forget there's valuable points on offer for whichever team gets nearest the pin as well towards their team score.
Robbie Fowler!
You can really see the wind that Wayne was talking about down there, Ewan, back into the player's face. And to get it all the way back there, you've really got to hit a solid one, judge that distance just right. All the things that you should have to do for 10 million.
Of course, yeah. Ball's back in the stance a little bit. Trying to keep it under the wind.
Yeah, trying to turn it in from right to left and penetrate this breeze. This is a wonderful looking thing. Oh yeah,
come
giddy
on.
up.
Come on.
What a good golf shot that is.
Yeah.
Robbie, you said you weren't thinking about the money, but you bet you started thinking about it when that ball was tracking right to the target.
I'm not going to lie, yeah, I did bottle it, to be fair. But to be fair, Incy had spent the money as well, actually. He was probably more excited than me.
Better than you.
How close is it? I don't even know.
I think we're going to find out just how close you are, but they're measuring it out and they're not using a lot of measuring tape, so I think you might have won closest to the pin there for sure.
We're the first ones, aren't we?
I think you're the first ones out, but let me tell you, I don't think anyone's doing better than that.
I'm happy anyway, I'm happy.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure. Keep going, good luck. That was special, and let's see if anyone else can take home that 10 million.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. That really was a special shot. Let's take another look at it. It was a confident action, Claude.
Yeah, absolutely. Put it back in his stance, which helped flight it down into the wind. Got it all the way. There's a little false front there, so to carry it up on that top level and get it all the way back there on that hole. Really a good shot there. And I think we're going to... I'd be surprised if we see one closer.
That was only about 6 feet away, so that's a valuable point to Team England. And they'll make their way to the finishing hole, which is double points on offer. So they were 3 points down, now 2, a chance to get it back to square on the final hole.
And both the call the captains have been used so far, so we won't see that one again in this session.
I was going to say about 6 feet. 6 feet 8 inches.
I don't think we're going to see... Well, I hope we do. I don't think we're going to see anything close than that, but I really, really do hope.
The only person I could see maybe getting it inside that, you know who I'm going to say, right?
I know exactly
Jimmy Bullard. I mean, if there's ever a situation...
Oh, if there's a player you want to win the $10 million and see their reaction, is it Jimmy Bullard?
Yeah, because you know he's going to go full Jerry Pate and jump into the water.
Of course he is.
Like Jerry did at the 18th at TPC.
Oh, it's fair to say it's nuts out there.
Give it to the skipper. Oh, come on. All right. Thank you.
That is, I'll tell you what, it's as good as it gets here in Thailand, isn't it? Fresh coconut water, coconut juice. 2 million degrees out there.
Impressed with the knife skills there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With all the fans on side here, if Patrick Berger... Oh, he's not drinking it, I was going to say.
Better than beer. Definitely not.
Is the coconut worth something when he's done with it?
I don't know.
Skulls at 7. Has he knifed that? That came off low. They're coming off a first win of the day at the 6th. No, he hasn't. That's a good result.
Yeah, not bad. Front edge. He'll take that up the hill here at the 7th. Now over to the 8th. For the win at the 8th for Nigel Jean.
Oh, they've gotten back to within a point of Terry and Bullard.
Look at this.
This is a surprise. Didn't see this happening.
And that's 2 points. No, not 2 points because it was the home hole.
That's right, but still back to square on that match. Joe Hart.
Come on, Joe. And they concede.
Well, that's at the 9th hole. Joe Hart, Phil Jones. I can tell you that Joe Hart had that little putt to win the previous hole. He actually missed it.
No.
So that's now going to be a 2-point lead for Team World.
Things are starting to look a little different on this board now.
Go. Going up there.
They'll make their way to the $10 million hole.
Where are we going, Fred?
Like I said, quite a bit of green and a couple of healthy leads for Team World. That's been some exciting golf. Great formats here at the Icon Series of Football. Jones, Hart, Vidic, Altentot making their way to the $10 million hole. That's right, Robbie Fowler. You see there's 6 feet 8 inches. The first group have come through the $10 million hole. Another 5 groups to come. 20 opportunities for that $10 million. And it's a wonderful clubhouse here at Robbinswood Golf Course. Reignwood Park. You've got a facility here, Claude, like we've spoken about. Just a brilliant part of the world.
Absolutely. That's a short game area just to the right. Over there, you can see just in the corner there by the short game area. That's our academy building. Beautiful driving range. Just at the top of the screen there, 9-hole par 3. There isn't anything this great facility doesn't have, and I'm so excited to be a part of it.
There's some great pairings in the Icons. Jimmy Bullard, John Terry. Certainly a great pairing, although they had a 3-point lead early on. That match back to square. And England certainly were steaming ahead, Doug, this morning. It was a great start. Team World trying to claw their way back this afternoon.
But I think that win that Hamid Altador and Nemadovic got late, and the way they won that has given Hamid a lot of confidence going in these afternoon rounds. You can see him getting more and more comfortable, making putts when he needs to. Now, if Nick was here, he'd be saying it's coming home and all that stuff, but you know, I'm not sure about that.
A lot of golf to be played, a lot of points on offer. The Crocs and the Camels, don't forget about that. players, teams potentially losing points for hitting balls in the water and the bunker. It's a great afternoon of golf here at Robbinswood Golf Course in the Icons Series of football.
The richest hole in golf has never been done before. Now, let me tell you, Robbie Fowler just stuck it to 6 foot. 6'8" actually. So that's one Peter Crouch laid down, as they said in commentary. But the next time I speak to you, you boys could be $10 million richer. That must make you excited.
I'm buzzing, man. I've already spent it. Kuma.
Oh, he's already spent the money. There you go. What's that? Are you going to buy a yacht, a jet ski? What are we going for?
We agree that the four of us, if one of us make it, we're going to share it.
What? This doesn't seem like the rivalry that we thought we might see. Okay, so we're going to share it out. You got 4 opportunities.
We're good business.
Okay.
We didn't decide percentages, eh?
Okay. All right, fair. And, you know, we've got a whole point available for Team England or Team World available. That's going to go right on your score right now for the winners of closest to the pin. And it's just closest to the pin, boys. You ain't putting out. Okay? So go, boys. Enjoy. Good luck. And I'll see you when you're $10 million richer.
So 172 yards downhill. I think the wind into the players, Ewan, will offset the downhill, and then it's just about getting the right club. Radar, what club do you think is going to be the popular choice from this distance?
5-iron it should be. I mean, for the strong players, they feel as though they can get 6 back there with the elevation change and the strength of the breeze. The flag is back there, 5 right, 5 from the back edge, so it's a good flag to get up, but it's one of those flags that you want to sort of hold one up, being a right-hander, from left to right. Now, when you hold it up into the breeze, the ball can, especially as an amateur, they can't sort of flatten it out as well as a pro can and drill it from left to right to penetrate the breeze. So I think it's 5-iron all day to get it back there. Why not have a crack? $10 million. I mean, wow, that's a pretty cool amount.
It's not often you get an opportunity to hit a golf shot on a hole like this, and then you just don't have to worry about any repercussions for anything. You get one shot, there's only one result that really matters. It's the $10 million. Yes, you get a bonus point, which is very handy for the nearest to the pin, but the richest hole in golf, these players are thinking $10 million. Get it back there. Take enough club. Nemanja Vidic.
I think we're going to see someone who gets it close, is someone that can control their ball flight, control the trajectory.
Next, $10 million for Team World from Uruguay, one of their greatest, Diego Forlan.
Just a reminder, nearest to the pin in each group, that team will, this is double points, will win 2 points. So 2 points to Team England in the first match out, courtesy of Robbie Fowler's shot. Now Diego Forlan. Oh, that's well and truly a crock for Team World.
Did you ever win anything for a hole-in-one, Ewan?
$10 million for Team England, one of their greatest ever goalkeepers, Joe Hart.
No, I didn't, Radar. Yourself?
Yeah. I won 4 prizes for a hole-in-one. I was very lucky. I had 7 hole-in-ones, but 4 prizes.
7? I've never had 1.
No, but you're no good.
That is 100% true. Come on, Joe. Good swing.
You're a good man and a good coach.
Keep that left foot stable. Take a divot.
Oh, they like it. Oh, that's
almost
a good
got
shot.
It back to it.
What a good shot from Joe Hart. He's hit some really good iron shots today, Ewan.
And especially on the par 3s. Did it the 5th. That's another really good shot. Radar, your colleague...
Phil Jones.
Your colleague at Sky, Rich Beam, he had a wonderful celebration at Riviera for a hole-in-one years ago. I don't know if you remember that one.
You've got to be joking. I work with Rich all the time. He never lets me forget every time we go to Riv.
Come on, Phil Jones.
Well, that's another 2 points for Team England. Courtesy of Joe Hart's tee shot, nearest to the pin.
Boys, you were spending the money already, Joe. You were spending. Maybe that's where it went wrong. You were spending the cash already.
No, it's all fun, isn't it? You got to believe. Yeah. Stand up in these moments. Yeah. I actually genuinely put the ball down, thinking, "Oh, team point for England," and I thought, 10 million. Let's go.
You were thinking more about the 10 mil than the points. Let me tell you.
Not, man. The numbers are crazy. Yeah. Look, you put 100K on it, and it's a big moment. They've gone big. Fair play. Amazing show. We're loving it.
There we go. $10 million, the richest hole in golf. It wasn't to be, Joe. Let me tell you, I cannot wait for the next one.
Good stuff, Josh. Well done, Joe Hart. Team England in the first 2 matches, winning nearest the pin, 2 points in each match. And that automatically reduces that 2-point deficit. That match, they head to the final hole all tied.
It's mine. Gentleman running my academy here, Joe Marshall there with the tape measure. Doing a great job out here.
It's a big operation, this Icons series. I was blown away when I first came here. A lot of people working on this event, and it's paid off.
Well, like we were saying earlier, this is fantasy camp for these footballers. This is as close as they're going to get to playing in a professional event. When they play in pro-ams, they're playing with other professionals, so it's not about them. Yes, they're contributing. Happens at the Dunhill Links. It happens at Wentworth, one of the other clubs that the Reignwood Group owns. 36 feet 2 inches, the closest one on that one. Joe Hart, but a good iron shot. This 12th hole here is in the shape of an apple.
Hey, Claude, I tell you what, there are a lot of kids out here. That academy of yours is going to get a serious workout, my friend.
Well, that's the plan, Radar. Let's see if we can help that next generation of Thai golfers.
Well, in a perfect world, too, someone's going to get a hole in one. Someone at the course here wins $1 million. It's going to be one of those kids. It's just going to provide great opportunities. That's all the balls we've seen so far through the first 2 groups. There's the pin on both occasions to Team England. Carlos Tevez probably doesn't want to see that result. $10 million hole coming between the 9th and the 10th, the final hole. Let's go back to Team World's home hole, the number 8, Ronald de Boer, tee shot.
Oh, look at this. Really good golf this afternoon. He has been the standout for the world team.
I don't need to do nothing anymore.
Make the putts.
And I'll tell you what, Claude, that came at a good time because they've lost the last 2 holes. That 6-point lead down to 4. Couldn't afford to lose a double-point hole. And it's taken the pressure off Ruud Gullit.
Yeah, hasn't had his best stuff today. Middle of the green. Come on, Ruud. Make a good swing here. That's one of the better swings he's made this afternoon.
Certainly having plenty of fun out here this afternoon. The Dutch pairing in that match 4 points ahead. England took a big lead this morning, but Team World slowly inching their way closer here this afternoon at Robinswood Park. Hmm. 83%. And they're, 4 points behind? That's a little surprising.
It is.
3 holes left.
There's a little bit of rooting for the home team there, but it's been some performance by Ronald de Boer this afternoon. I mean, he has hit some quality. I mean, from the jump, right? I mean, he got off to a great start, hole in a bunker shot, but he's hit some really quality iron shots.
Sheringham and Sharp currently 2 points ahead in their match, so that's no surprise. Lee Sharp, scratch marker. Teddy Sheringham's been playing some wonderful golf all day long, very steady. What an intimidating pair, though, Figo and Ginola. Just looking at them, you start shaking in your boots, don't you?
Absolutely. Amazing careers on the football pitch.
This has been the surprise. Terry and Bullard, 3 points ahead early. That wasn't a surprise, but as things stand, it's currently all square in this match. Holton Top and De Jong making a big fight back.
Yeah, they've played some really solid golf to kind of get that back. I think that's going to be a big, big match.
It certainly is great entertainment. Doing it all again tomorrow. It'll be singles in the afternoon.
I know this is the $10 million swing. You're asking me golf questions. You should be asking, you know what I mean, the Bulldog. He's a great player. Listen, this is the richest hole in golf, and you've come in. I think you started nice, but these boys, there's a bit of luck. There's a bit of luck. They're coming back. Nige, what's happening? You're saying it's one's going to come off the bank and hit the green.
Hold up. Don't say luck around us, yeah? It's quality what we got here, yeah? We didn't grind it. There is no luck. It's pure quality. So now we'll see how it goes on right now.
Any nerves? I mean, this is the richest hole in golf, 10 million. JT, you've been spending your money already. Bulldog, what are you going to spend your money on?
Oh, I'll just get myself a brand new Bentley. John's got 10 mil in the ashtray of his motor, so he ain't really worried about it.
Yeah. We're in the lake, and we're off to Bangkok after. For a
Try
night.
the tournament straight out. Boom, let's go.
Listen, it's all been, I'm taking this super seriously. I'm going Bangkok if I win the 10 mil. Well, boys, I would love to see it. Guys, enjoy. I'm going to leave it in our capable hands of Big John to get him to the sea.
It's time to swing for $10 million. This is the biggest prize for one individual hole in the history of golf. On the tee first, from Team England, one of the greatest defenders England has ever produced, John Terry!
Certainly is, and Team England have looked really good through the first two matches on this hole, winning nearest the pin and double points both occasions. John Terry hasn't had his best stuff today.
Well, it's interesting that on the range, John Terry said he felt like he hit some of his long irons a little bit too high. So we talked about how to hit them a little bit lower, put that ball position back. I think this is going to be an opportunity for him to try that shot, put that ball position just a little bit back. He can cover it, bring that ball flight down and get it all the way back to that back shelf where this pin is located here on the 12th.
Come on, JT, just a soft draw. Penetrate this breeze. It sets up nicely for John Terry. Let me give you the strong tip.
No, it's a good shot. That's a good shot there. Fly it all the way back on that top shelf.
It's me caddy.
A Premier League midfield maestro. He fancies this. It's Jimmy Bullard.
The thing is with Jimmy Bullard, what the swing possesses, what his swing does possess is feel. It's an old-fashioned swing. It's a handsy, old-fashioned, he can knock it down. You can do a lot of things with the hands. This modern-day golf, especially in professional golf now, it's more robotic, but not with this one.
Oh, no.
So he can hit it left to right, right to left, whatever you like.
Oh,
He's a proper player.
Oh, it's a good shot. He didn't like it off the club face, but that's two good shots for Team England.
Next up, on the chance to stop for 10 million. From Team World, one of Turkey's best ever players, a true legend, Hamid Altintop.
We've just had a couple of Hull players go for a dip in the pond behind the green. Which was quite exciting, but they got in a little bit of spot of bother, but they're well behaved now. Sitting over there in their deck chairs.
Did they have their Bulldog masks on when they went in?
No, they just went for a little swim. Mad as a box of frogs.
Just like the on-course commentator.
Oh, yeah.
That didn't sound solid. It's a crock. What a career he's had, Alton Top. Bundesliga titles, La Liga.
Next up, from the Netherlands, the enforcer, Nigel de Jong.
He's got a chance here, Radar. He can really penetrate the ball flight, Nigel de Jong.
He certainly can. Yeah, we've all got a good watch on this. Let me tell you, there's a gorgeous big picture of a watch behind this. Let me tell you, it looks a fancy-looking thing. I fancy one. Get up. Get up. I've only seen one player get it past pin high today.
It's good, but not good enough, and that's 3 consecutive nearest the pins to Team England.
JT, for a moment, I was warming up the engine of the car. I was about to drive you to Bangkok myself.
Looked good, didn't it, at one point? Way too much club. I don't know why. I've gone with a 6 there.
Do you know what? Everybody else has gone short. I will say that, but the caddy's done you a bit of disservice there.
No, it's not Stu. That's all on me. That Stu was like 7 gets you there, and I was like 6 gets it back there. No, it's a back pin. Nothing for short, really. And I knew my partner would be there. Jimbo's so solid, so we'll take it anyway.
There we go. I think that's another 2 points for Team England. Enjoy.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Ooh, at the end of the day, I think Team England are going to be very, very thankful for this hole. Claude?
Yeah, I think in these afternoon sessions, it might help them keep their lead. This world team has performed much better this afternoon. Here's an interesting one, Ewan, when my dad, Butch Harmon, played the PGA Tour back in the 70s. We were playing Torrey Pines, and he had a hole-in-one during the tournament and didn't have the honor on the next tee.
I hope it was only a group of 2. It'd be phenomenal if they were playing in 3s.
Someone made it right in front of him.
Actually, on that note, on the DP World Tour overnight, Dale Whitnell from England made 2 hole-in-ones in the same round there in South Africa. The odds of that happening have got to be 1 in a gazillion. This $10 million, the richest hole in golf, coming between the 9th and the 10th hole. So these players will make their way to the 10th, the final hole of the afternoon session, and double points on offer there as well. And there's a big crowd waiting for them around the final green in the clubhouse. They'll get a wonderful reception. They have everywhere they've been, these icons. Got up to the clubhouse briefly before, Claude, and there are just people everywhere.
They love their football here in Thailand, and they love their golf. So the home hole, 2 points on offer for the win. Carlos Tevez. Par putt. It's going to come down the hill here.
It'll be a bogey for Team World.
Going to put the mark on it.
So Fowler and Ince stood on the $10 million hole, 3 points behind. They got nearest the pin there. So that's 2 points. Gets them back to within 1 point of this final hole worth double points. Robbie Fowler had victory snatched from him this morning. Could it be a role reversal this afternoon?
This is a big putt. And this is very, very makeable.
We saw a couple with the same putt this morning. They both missed left. That's another one.
I've seen everyone misjudge how much slope there is around this pin from that side.
So just a formality here for Batistuta. This is going to be a win for Team World. First point of the afternoon. A little bit like this morning to the green team, Team World. Batistuta, Tevez victorious over Fowler and Ince.
I think fair to say, played in excellent spirits.
And it's been nice in the afternoon, I think, as some of the cobwebs and as some of the nerves have worn off. We've seen all these players contribute good shots, good putts, good short game shots. Back over to the 12th for the 10 million. See if someone can get it inside of 6 feet 8 inches, which is just a really good shot.
There is a real buzz around this $10 million swing. I've never seen Theo Walcott move so fast, and I've seen him move fast. He wanted to get to that tee box double lively because there's a lot on the line. Let me tell you, boys, people have got close. Theo, Robbie Fowler stiffed it to about 6'8". Just one Peter Crouch, 6'8". I mean, that is outrageous, isn't it? So it is possible. You know, 4 people have made a hole-in-one in this in 2024. Okay.
For nearest to the pin, you get what? Nothing.
You get 2 points for your team.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, we didn't know that.
Yeah. See, it gets even bigger. 10 million, right? Just the 2 points. It's nice and easy. JJ's so focused, he's not even come for the interview. Patrick, you need to focus as well. Guys, I'll enjoy it. Leave it to you on the tee box.
Team England just owning this hole, this $10 million hole in the first 3 matches.
Icons of Football 2025. It's time to go again and hold this for $10 million. Please welcome for Team World from Italy, the little master, Gianfranco Zola!
Now Radar with Gianfranco's control over his ball flight. You could see him trying to get it in there close.
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever. Hopefully it's a 5-iron. A lot of been hitting 6 and getting it up there high. And there's a lot of breeze now. It's a good stiff breeze. It's later, the breeze, that it usually comes in. It usually comes in about 2:30, but we're later in the day now. And aiming to the right, 172, and trying to turn it from right to left. And it's the right choice. Penetrate this breeze. Chelsea legend, what a boy. Gotta love him.
He's a solid golfer as well. It's on dry land.
But for now, the 10 million is safe. Signature hole here at Robbinswood.
Now on the tee for Team World from the Czech Republic, their best ever, Patrick Berger.
Oh, is Cash better than a Czech?
I see what you did there.
Geez, you're clever.
Likes it, Radar.
On the green or is it in the water?
It's on the green, Mr. Berger. That's a wonderful result.
Now Team England to the tee, striking first with his chance to win $10 million. It's Jermaine Genus.
Good swing, this. Good swing. Loves his golf. Absolutely adores it, as all these footballers do. I'm sure the footballers that aren't here are looking at this, other icons, going, whoa, man, I would have loved to have done that. There'll be other times. This thing isn't going away. Come on, $10 million. You weren't on that a week.
Okay. Well, solid shots, but 1 to go. Theo Walcott.
Welcome, Theo Walcott.
And Whitworth plays a lot at Hankley Common.
Can it be 4 consecutive nearest the pins for Team England? Can the $10 million go off? Come on, we want to see it.
Another one setting up for that draw. It's the correct choice. Just execute it. Penetrate that breeze.
Right in the lumberyard.
Umpire signals wide.
JJ, it had a chance. It had a chance.
Yeah, I swear there's like wind machines. Come on, man, come on. It had half a It's always got a chance. I hit it okay, went up in the wind, and you know, didn't make it this time. Not today anyway.
Not today anyway, but I think we need to talk to our tech wizards, but you might have got another 2 points for your team, so don't worry. Listen, we've got to confirm that with the tech wizards. But JJ, listen, last I was on, worth 2. Very, very serious. We need all the points we can get.
No, we need to step up. Me and Theo have had a little bit of a ropey, like 3 or 4 holes here, and it's just like we're playing against the consistency of Gianfranco. He's very good, so we just need to go into this last hole, try and do something, you know?
They don't call him the magician for nothing. JJ, go enjoy.
Pleasure.
Can't wait for this next group to come through. Let's see what happens.
Well, unfortunately for Team England there, that will be nearest the pin to Team World. Team England had a 2-point lead early in that match. And they'll be now 4 points behind. Now, here we go. Sergio Garcia. It's called the captain for Team World on the final hole.
Well, they called him in the morning sessions, and he produced.
Not his best effort there, Sergio. Let's go down to the studio where Nick Doherty is standing by.
2 players, Ron represented from each side, the world and, of course, England. Rob, it's been a tough day for you out there, hasn't it, in terms of the results? So we'll come to you in a minute. We'll let you just have a little think about what you've done. Gabby, win, 2 games, super successful. What's been the secret?
There is no secret. I'm the best player of my group, so normal.
I am Batistuta. I mean, it must be a simple thing.
I told you yesterday night.
Yes.
2 choices,
yes.
English or golf. And I choose golf.
I don't know, you keep coming in.
I told you.
Keeps coming in speaking to us. That English is going to get good too.
There's another day to go, though, Nick.
There is another day to go. In fact, with you, Robbie, we are going to look at a magical moment, though. We know it's the $10 million swing. You had an opportunity, a lot of pressure on your shoulders because it's one magic move, and there you go. Let's have a look at that shot. Did you have eyes for it? Did you think I'd half a sniff?
Well, that's why we're here, mate, isn't it? We've got to try and win. I don't want to close it. I can't really see, but yeah, you know what? I was happy with it. As soon as it left the bat, I was thinking, yeah, it's going to be close. That. So I'm not sure how close it ended up, but I mean, we need to try and win. Put the ball in the hole, so disappointed. But
6 feet 8 inches, but there is $1 million for nearest the pin as well.
Really?
No, not really. Let's get back out there. Well done, Matt.
you were going to come to Bangkok with us then as well.
Oh, really?
Caught me off guard there too, Nick. Well done. That's where all the balls have finished thus far. 6 feet 8 inches, quite easily the nearest for Robbie Fowler. Good shot in there from John Terry. A few crocs. 2 more groups to come through. 8 more chances for the $10 million. And to be fair, it's quite an intimidating shot. It's not an easy hole. It's a tough pin into the breeze. Diego Forlan. That was at the final hole. Smart move, bringing in the captain on the final hole. They did it this morning. It's a double-point hole.
Now Joe Hart from just about 3-4 feet. Right in the hole.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Joe Hart, and he's really enjoying it. Team World clawing their way back in the afternoon session. Quite a walloping this morning, 14 points down. They've reduced that deficit to 7. There's still a few more groups out on the course. Stay tuned. What will happen? Here's the Bulldog at the final hole. Water left. I think that's where it's going. It's a croc.
Jimmy. Didn't see that coming. It's the worst shot he's hit all day.
What's John Terry doing here? They can't call the captain. They've already done it.
Sorry, John. Ain't all right though, is it? Really give me That's it. Steve, Skipper, what was that all about? That's pure kahunas, isn't it? Absolutely no cherries. Oh my God.
We feel your pain, Jimmy. A 3-point lead early on. It's now only 1. The fires are backwards. I think only Jimmy Bullard can rock that.
Nobody should rock that.
Yes, if you got that hair, you can do what you want.
Looks like a headband.
Yeah, it does.
Been impressed this afternoon with Nigel Zhang and Hamid Altidore. Just, they played well. They've played well when they've needed to. They've got some momentum.
They wanted to call the captain there. Unfortunately, Sergio's already hit the shot.
Just played it, he said.
Guys, we're having a big discussion here on the $10 million swing about points for your team, about closest to the pin. I want to be talking about the money. Boys, we can't be talking about closest to the pin. If Robbie Fowler stuck it to 6 foot, Scholesy, you can do something special. You said not good enough earlier.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. We'll give it a go.
You're always downplaying it. I know you're excited. Ronald Root, talk to me. You've been giving these boys a bit of a beating. Surely you're going to take that confidence here.
Oh, I think we go for it, that's for sure. We Dutch guys, we don't lack confidence, but...
It ain't much.
It ain't Dutch, it ain't much. Well, 10 million is absolutely a lot. Boys, head to the tee. I can't wait to see how you do it.
Icons of Football 2025. This is the ultimate group. There are only 8 players left who can win $10 million. On the tee, representing Team England, it's Paul Scholes.
A croc to Team England, and we also must make a scoring correction. We were led to believe it was double points for nearest the pin here. It's actually just 1 point.
The Dutch Dynamo, Ronald de Boer.
And those points will be added later on to the team totals. Radar, that wasn't a good one for Scholesy.
Another croc.
Next to play for Team World from the Netherlands, the maestro, Ruud Gullit.
He's looking at it like he likes it.
Oh, that's...
Hang on. So he flies it all the way to the back.
Okay.
Just a little too far.
Here's one. 3 crocs.
I'm here. I need to confirm whether that was on the green or not. I think it may have just rolled off the back. I think he's just rolled off the back route. But everybody here kind of let out a gasp because it looked like it was tracking. It was a great strike.
It was a great strike. I hit a 6-iron because I thought, against the wind. But it was never close to the pin. Yeah. No, that is for sure.
I was trying to give you a bit of confidence. He said, if it ain't Dutch, it ain't much. Unfortunately, it ain't much for you now. Enjoy the next hole and good luck.
Well, I think that's fair to say that the 4 worst results we've seen from a group come through.
Difficulty flighting the golf ball down, trying to control that trajectory.
Well, let's head down to the studio once again. Nick Doherty standing by.
Again, Ewan, one from each side. Nemanja, for the obvious reasons, just getting the job done. Sometimes it's not pretty out there, but the fact is you need the 3 points usually on the pitch, but here it's just getting across and getting the majority of the points in your game. You've done it both times.
Yeah, obviously I think that I'm enjoying playing against Phil and Joe. They're nice guys, they're hitting well, but I have to say that they give me support in my down times. Maybe that's the problem. They show too much respect towards me. So,
do you think there's probably a bit of a soft spot for Phil? He's Man United. I mean, it's really easy to dislike and really want to beat Joe. I mean, he's City, right?
Yeah. To be fair, we go well together. Obviously, on the golf course, we have some bad shots, and you don't want to play with a friend having bad shots and feeling bad. So. End of the day, it was competition, yes, but end of the day is as well to enjoy this fabulous golf course and this environment. Yes, I would like to play tomorrow against them again. That would be nice.
Oh, he's asking for you, Joe. I mean, that's brave. He's asking for you. Joe, you know, I've got to ask you as well, because as much as you might have lost there, it's important by how much, right? So hanging tough and not losing by a lot does matter when it comes to this format that you guys are involved. But, of course, coming in, we know your story. You were courageous enough to put yourself on the line. Like, there's always the chance in sport you can look silly. Not everybody has that courage to step up and say, look, just bring it at me. You did. What's been that first day experience like here at the Reignwood Icons of Football?
I've loved every minute. You know, as Vida alluded to there's sportsmanship, there's competitiveness, but, you know, we've all got each other's backs. It's big for us. It's big. We're out of our comfort zone. We're standing over that tiny little white golf ball and we're doing our best to get it towards the hole. It's not that easy, but we're having fun, right? Yeah. There's some good shots, there's some bad shots. I'm never afraid to lose. Oh, it's my personality. That might sound weak, but I see it as a strength. I'm never afraid to put myself out there, and if I can't do it, I can't do it, but I'll damn well try.
Well, you look pretty strong out there today, as did you, Nemanja. Good luck, boys. Get some rest. You've got to go again tomorrow as we head back out and find Josh with that final group at the $10 million swing.
Let me tell you, this is a fantastic place to be because, boys, the next time I speak to you, you could all be $10 million richer. And this is the last chance. You're the last group to come through here. We need a big moment. Luis, are you feeling confident?
I'm realistic, my friend.
This is no place for realism. This is the richest hole in golf.
Yeah, we will try. We will try at least.
Yeah. David, you're never a man who's short of confidence. Surely this is your palace, your arena.
Yeah, but right now it's not a question of confidence. It's a question of you know, hitting the ball, put on the green, and maybe it's going the hole.
Teddy. 170, playing 160 in to win. Robbie stuck it to 6'8". He has. Can you do better than that?
I'd like to think so. Do you know what? All I want to see is that ball flight with a nice flight, and it's going close to it, so we get a new. You know, if it fizzles out, and it, you know, I just want to get. I want to get some. You know, get the crowd going a little bit. That'd be nice.
Okay. Well, guys, it is a big event. You're the last group to come through. I think it deserves some pyro, doesn't it?
Reignwood, Icons of Football 2025. This is the final group with a final chance to win $10 million.
Fireworks go on. I feel like going somewhere and changing my trousers.
Team World, one of the greatest players that football has ever produced, from Portugal, Luís Figo!
Yes, extra club. Come on, Lewis. 4 players, come on. Give it a chance, get it back there.
Yeah, it should suit.
Yeah, solid swing, solid striker, Luís Figo.
Yeah, good player. Aims at...
Hanging a little bit right. Is it going to be a croc? Will it hang on to dry land? It's a croc. That's now the 7th ball in the water out of 21 players.
The French master, the wing wizard, the beautiful footballer that is David Ginola!
The football icon, the model, the television presenter, now the golfer. Can he step up and be $10 million richer?
Wait, you were describing Wayne there, or David Ginola?
Yeah, true. Wayne did a bit of modeling back in the day.
Balaclavas.
And gloves.
But it's certainly low.
It's certainly left.
It's the 8th croc radar. In fact, I think the last 6 balls have been crocs that we've seen.
And this is, you're hitting into the fan, you're hitting downhill.
$10 million are at stake to hold this. Please welcome a true master of his craft, Teddy Sheringham!
Come on, let's hear some noise!
Yeah, there we go.
Keep it going, keep it going! I want to hear noise! Come on, Teddy! More! More!
Two chances left. Teddy Sheringham. Could he be $10 million richer?
You go. Go on, get yourself up there!
Come on,
come on,
come on!
Oh, what a good shot, right on line, just a little bit short, but a quality iron shot there.
See it on the telly? Can't see it for
To the tee. $10 million are at stake with this shot. He's a player who started the revolution and the monopoly of English football at Manchester United. There'll be more than the Sharpie Shuffle if this goes in. Lee Sharp!
Certainly will. I think the Sharpie Shuffle will be reinvented. Last chance.
Come on.
Can strike it. This man as well.
Oh, it's leaked. Ah, it's horrible.
Hey!
No, you're not, Patrick. You're going straight to the last hole. Okay?
Well, no croc. Stayed on dry land.
Avoids a croc. It's 2 crocs to Team World. Josh, you've got Teddy Sheringham there.
Hey, Teddy, talk to me about it. You said you wanted to give the crowd something. You whipped them up on this side, and you got them excited down there.
You can't quite see it in this sunlight. I knew it weren't the best strike, a little low driller, but running up over that little ledge that you had to get up over. They're measuring it, so it must have been quite close, but got a little woo, didn't we?
Oh, I think it was a bit more than a little woo, and unfortunately, it weren't the 10 million quid, though.
Down with a few quid in my back pocket, but that's all right, mate.
You promised me half, didn't you?
We're having a great time out here.
No wonder. There you go, enjoy. Guys, listen, unfortunately, it couldn't be it. That was the last group to go out on the richest hole in golf, the $10 million swing. But listen, guys, we'll see you soon. I've got my glove in my pocket. I might have a go when the cameras roll. But for now, that's all we have.
See you later.
Well, it's certainly been some good entertainment, and I tell you what, no wonder Teddy Sheringham's been enjoying it today. He was a 6-point victor alongside Paul Scholes this morning. He's now 5 points ahead alongside Lee Sharp. And these are where all 24 balls finished. It was the first ball of Robbie Fowler, the first man to take to this $10 million hole. And he hit it to 6 feet 8 inches quite comfortably, the nearest the pin, Claude.
Absolutely. It was a great shot. He controlled the flight, controlled the trajectory, and got the number right, and best we saw.
Great innovation. Great to see. $10 million hole in one. And the final group heads to the final hole, and up ahead at the final green. This is at Alton Top.
Come on, come on.
Oh, he walked it in this morning.
He had the early walk. He thought he'd made another one on the final hole.
And remember, Jimmy Bullard found the water here. And it was double points on offer. That was to win the match. John Terry, Jimmy Bullard, they come out on top by a point. Team England victorious. Oh, 3 matches now on the final hole. Team England 8 points ahead. They did have a 14-point lead this morning. All right, well, let's go back down to Nick Doherty, standing by in the studio.
Hot off the press as well. The boys got it done. Jimmy, John, victorious this afternoon. But you know what? Let's talk about something that's a bit different. No one's ever played a par 3 for $10 million. A couple of footballers here had a shot at it today. What was it like, John?
Nerve-wracking, actually. You get up there and it was like, wasn't sure what club to it, and then kind of middle of the green was 7-iron for me, and I was like, the pin's at the back. I wanted to get the, well, at least give it a go, didn't I?
He flagged it. He flagged it. He's
Let's have a look. Let's have a look while they're talking. Let's see yours first, John.
You absolutely flagged it. I was right behind you.
It was straight down it, to be fair.
What sort of club are we talking?
I hit 6 into that. We had 168 on the...
But it's into a bit of juice, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's like...
I had it at 175.
You know what? You've not got the perk of what we have seen everyone before. No one was getting it back there. I think one ball squeezed past the hole, Jimmy, out of everyone. 6 feet 8 inches for Robbie Fowler, pretty special.
Was it really?
Yours wasn't bad though either, Jimmy. We're going to have a look at that one.
It's a bit tuggy, middle of the green. Yeah, I see JT at 6. I've just tried to pump a low 8 in it, and I've just tugged it. Needed a big bounce right for the big dollar, but weren't a bad finish, you know what I mean? So,
Got us 2 big points there, to be fair.
No, granted, quite a lot of that money was going to charity. Someone here as well, someone watching, the millions watching at home as well. Someone was going to be a lucky winner of $1 million from that. But it'd been a big chunk for you. If you'd have had 5, what are you doing with 5, John?
Oh, we had the conversation. We was, to be fair, the tournament was over. We're straight into Bangkok.
Really?
You was with us, yeah.
I can come with, yeah. Room on the top for me.
With a Bentley apart.
Fantastic. What's it been like the first day, lads? Overall, what's been the enjoyment factor for you?
It's been unbelievable. And every time I come up here, it's unbelievable. Me and him are walking all the way round going, best event I've ever played, for sure. So unbelievable.
You feel like a tour pro. Obviously, this is a standard that they play at, and the kind of facilities and the cameras behind just puts that little bit of extra nerves on it. And, you know, it has an effect, doesn't it, on some of the shots?
Yeah.
He's a ball striker, though, Jimbo.
Well, you had a strong man alongside you, but you had a strong man this morning as well in Theo, but you didn't get the result. Did it feel like the pressure amped up a bit for you this afternoon, desperate to make sure you're on the winning side?
Yeah, and also, because it's foursomed as well, I mean, I'm taking his drives 300 down the middle, pretty much. I've got a flick into most greens, and we started really well, didn't we, this morning?
boys as well, we was 3 up. We was 3 up before, at 3, after 3, and they just pulled it back, and they was holding everything, weren't they? So we was like, it's going to happen.
I won't ask you, but actually there's a big debate going on when the guys in commentary, but also on social media, who peacocks it more, Poulter or Jimmy Bullard?
Cool. You know what? Funny, actually, I had a chat with Wesley. I went, Jimbo's a player, isn't he? And he went, he's like Pulse. They both thrive on... Yeah, they both... You'd love that, didn't you? They both thrive on it. And it's the same as well. Like, you put the cameras and everyone loves him anyway, so he's getting a bit of hype around the greens and everyone loves him. So it's like he thrives on it. A lot of people go the other way and he kind of rises to it.
I'll tell you where I am similar. I deliver.
Oh,
That's what I do.
Don't you be asking to be called the postman. You've got to earn that. You've got to, boys, well done today. Yeah. Well done, lads. Congratulations today. Enjoy your time off. We'll see you again tomorrow. Let's get back out there.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Great job. Great value, great entertainment. We've been waxing lyrical about what a great operation this is, this Icon Series, what a great event it is, and when you hear it from the players that it's the best event they've ever been part of, that says it all, doesn't it?
Like I said, it's like fantasy camp for these guys. They were great in their own sport. They were great footballers, but to come out and get treated the way that they've been treated and feel what PGA Tour, DP World Tour players feel on a regular basis, it's got to be really special for them. And then the condition of the golf course here at Robbinswood at Reignwood Park, they've put this in such good condition. This is what it's like to be a professional golfer.
Yeah. It really is. Now, this pairing of Walcott and Jennings, they were a couple of points up early. They're now 2 points down. But remember, it's double points on this final hole. This is a par putt from over the back of the green for Walcott, but it's makeable. If you get it there.
Everybody struggled with this putt coming out of the short grass, back onto the putting surface, slows that speed down and then takes the break.
Well, it's another victory for Team World. A 4-point victory, and that cuts into that Team England lead even further. Started this afternoon session, Claude, 14 points behind, now 4.
Yeah, they did what they had to do. We were hoping we'd get a spark, and Batistuta and Tevez led from the front. Vidic and Forlan got their job done, and then the crux, Max, was that third match. I think if the world team could have gotten something out of that.
There have been some fantastic golf both this morning and this afternoon. Great entertainment. As I mentioned, Team World just edging ever so closer to that Team England lead. It'll be interesting to see if the English players say that it's still coming home at the end of the day. Still one more match on the course. Stay tuned. There'll be more golf very soon. Well, he held a bunker shot on the first hole, but I think that was a bridge too far to do it again.
Yeah, that was a really difficult bunker shot. But I think I've been really impressed, by the quality of the golf we've seen here in the afternoon. We've seen some really good iron shots, and we've seen some players kind of rise to the occasion, produce when they needed to. And that's got to feel great for them, right? They're so used to doing that in the world that they lived in the sports they played. There wasn't anything they felt like they couldn't do. There wasn't any mountain they felt like they couldn't climb. But golf is very, very different. And in this atmosphere, it feels different for them. They're not used to it.
Well, I think in some ways it's got to be akin to them running out for their debut match for whoever they played for, whatever team they played for, the first time they ever ran out onto Old Trafford or Stamford Bridge, whatever ground it is. They've had their first match today, the first day today. Tomorrow, definitely more comfortable.
Absolutely, and I think you'll go to the range tomorrow. If you got some points out of today, you'll feel like in the morning, you'll feel like, okay, I kind of know what to expect now. I kind of know what the format's like. I kind of know what the course is like in tournament conditions, because tournament conditions and when the flag goes up versus practice rounds is very, very different.
Well, that was an absolute shocker from Ruud Gullit, but they've got a 4-point lead. His partner's been rock solid all day long.
And I think we're seeing some of these guys towards the end kind of run out of gas just a little bit. There's going to be some sore feet, some sore backs. There's going to be some red faces. A little sunburn.
part of the Reignwood Park, the beautiful Chinese palace. We were lucky enough to take in the Captain's Barbecue last night, bottled on the Forbidden City. It really is quite a special part of the world here.
It really is. Chinese Year of the Snake, and everything for that Chinese palace imported from China. It's so difficult, but when you go over there, you see the craftsmanship, you see the attention to detail. And last night, I'd seen it before, but for people that hadn't seen it, it was just amazing to see that kind of wow when they walked in there.
Lee Sharp at the final hole. Looks like just laying up. Yes, that was my first time there last evening. Just the entertainment that was on display as well. The fighting dragons, the red dragon, the green dragon. And the players absolutely loving their time here. They've had a lot asked of them the last few days, different obligations and commitments from media, social media, trying to incorporate practice rounds, tournament play, in addition to jet lag. But they've taken it with both hands, and they've been more than obliging.
Yeah, and that's what touring professionals do every single week now, especially with the way all the tours are changing now, more fan engagement, more people getting involved. So I think more than ever, professional golfers are being asked to do more off the golf course during tournament weeks than they've ever done before, but that's just all part of it now. So I think they will have, after this week, all of these players, like I said, they've played in Pro-Ams before, but it's never been 100% just about them. And I think they will have a much better understanding of what tour players go through.
Well, I think Steve Josh, I hope I pronounced that correctly, has said it best there. Icons of golf, an even better watch than professional golf. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who would probably agree with that as well, and it's hard to disagree because it's been full of entertainment. Now let's head down to Nick Doherty once again in the studio.
No, I think Louis and David are losing.
The guys here are having a little chat because they're getting a little bit excited, to be fair. You guys needed a revival after a really disappointing morning. It's happening. What was said to you at half-time by your captain, Sergio Garcia? What was said to you that sort of sparked this?
So just said that we didn't have to give up. We needed to continue, that we could do good things, and so he has been. It's been very good to us.
It was a slow start, though, in your game. You went down early doors as well. You were 2-0 down, but then he came across, and I heard it changed it. What's he saying? Give us an insight into that moment when you've got someone who's won the Masters who's there giving you some advice, guiding you through it.
I mean, we were 2-0 down after the first two holes. Then we stopped the bleeding on the third, and Sergio came on the fourth. And, I mean, he is just, just his presence, to be with you. He calms you down. He said, just take shot by shot and, just have fun, enjoy it, and then... I mean, I don't know what he does, but, ever since, we played so well, and then we won the game 6-2, so we are very happy. The afternoon looks green, and, we are back in it.
Does it feel, as you've moved through this day, I know it's hot, I know it's been a long day, but does it feel like the ante is up in all the time, like the importance, the seriousness of this competition for you?
Yeah, we were disappointed, were we, this morning, when we were having a lunch and we were watching the screen, and we were like, oh, my God, that is embarrassing. But as in any sport, I mean, you don't give up. We are fighters, and we knew if we can have a good afternoon, then we can get back to the game.
You had a great afternoon. Congratulations, gents. Go and get some rest.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
They certainly did. Congratulations, Gianfranco Zola, Patrick Berger. 14 points down, Team World were after the morning session. Now, they flip the script. 2 points ahead. There is one match left on the course, and it is Team England who are going to be victorious here. But whatever way the cookie crumbles, it's going to be very exciting tomorrow.
Yeah, and the world team did that fight back that they needed this afternoon. They needed to come out, get a lot of green on the board, and Sergio's players have responded for him.
Teddy Sheringham, he's been a rock. He's been MVP across the board. A 6-point win this morning. They're 4 points up this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Can I peek? One peek, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Probably beneficial, I would think, Claude, coming from the rough. Release it to that back flag.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to be able to get a ton of spin on this, so just land it on the front edge, let it release all the way back to the hole.
And he's done that, and he's left it in a great spot. Beautiful shot.
We just haven't seen anyone judge that putt from that back edge like that. it breaks a lot more to the left than everyone thinks. It's a little bit more uphill, and as it goes uphill, loses that speed and tends to fall off to that left side.
Radar said it best earlier. If you're a scratch golfer, there's no way you feel comfortable giving Teddy Sheringham 4 shots. It's a great atmosphere, a terrific amphitheatre around this final green. There's a lot of activations going on.
Yeah, a little fan village just behind the 10th hole, which is the 18th hole for the members here at Robbinswood.
David Ginola, good move through the ball there. This is third. Not sure where that's finished. Is it a camel? I don't think it was a crop. It wasn't heading towards the water.
It wasn't heading towards the water. Maybe just misjudged the distance.
Let's go back down to Nick Doherty once again in the studio.
Thanks, Ewan. Ronald, Ruud, relentless, and more points for Team World. A great fight back today. How important was it to get that win in your match?
No, definitely. I mean, we got a bit of a lucky break with the bunker shot, the first hole that went in. So I think that, get us going. And then, we went for 6 holes. We went very well.
You know what? You know what they were saying. Here's that look at that bunker shot as well. We're seeing it right now. I mean, talk about momentum and turning it on its head. I mean, you can't be prepared for something like that.
No, exactly. No, I was surprised myself because the first round I played so badly, and this gave me a little bit of confidence. I got some little tips from some pros, and it went well. And I think we started. We were flying the first 5 holes, and then Ruud wants to talk about his putting.
It needs a bit of work, does it? We haven't mentioned it at all.
I hit it in the heel. I cannot believe it. The funny thing is, I had some putting lessons from Derksen. You know
Right,
Derksen?
yeah.
And he said, when I was standing on some pressure points, and he was saying to me, yes, you have to stay a little bit more in the middle of your feet. So I was sitting, and then I was like, oh my God, what did I do? But the thing is, you don't need to think technical.
No.
I think you just have to. But I think we played well. We were flying in the first 4
Is that the
holes.
same in football, though? So you talk about you don't get too technical, don't get in your own ways. That's something that applies to football.
The point is, the first in the morning, we both played so awful. And then you start to think, and all of a sudden, things are getting worse. So therefore, we said to ourselves, okay, just hit it and see what happens. And I think we played the best golf, I think.
Ruud, I've got something for, because we were chatting about this last night. I'm going to let some people at home in on a little bit of insight there. You know what they were saying halfway through today after that morning session when it was 17-3? They were saying it was coming home. They were saying it was coming home.
Look,
the English love this.
I love it when they say it. I love it because the moment they say it, they jinx themselves. They jinx themselves, and I love it. And it's like you instigate something with the Team World that is furious, and you can see it the second session. I think we were much up for it. Better.
I saw a lot of
We were
green,
much
at
better
least.
than that.
It's an inspired performance. Are you up for this? Are you going to turn this round and finish the job off tomorrow?
I think this gives so much confidence that you think, hey, we can do it. Although they're, in my view, better golfers, but we have something in us that we don't give up, and we.
And they have the Dutchies.
Yeah.
If it ain't Dutch, it ain't much.
Well, what a perfect time to leave it. Well done, gents. Congratulations today.
Back down with the final match on the golf course. David Ginola has hit his ball over the green here in the penalty area. This will be an interesting one. I got a feeling with that fence in the way, it'll be a free drop.
Drop the second one.
One
here. Okay. And the second one.
Just a case of just right out of the center of the face, hit it too good and just carried it over the green.
And don't forget this final hole worth double points. Team England 4 points ahead already in this match. So whilst Team World currently have the lead, I think that Team England will be on top after this match.
Tienes que droparla dentro de la línea roja. Entonces, sí, estás en el hazard, no te puedes salir. Entonces, para que no te moleste, yo la droparía aquí. Así puedes... knee height. Sí, aquí. Ahí. No, tiene que ser movido. No, pero se puede mover un palo. Bueno, coge el palo un poquito corto.
Actually got unlucky there that it
Come on,
rolled
Luis.
back.
Tricky.
Now, I'm just guessing here. I thought because that fence was in the way, it's a free drop away from the fence because you can't move the fence. So I'm assuming that was the rule.
Just got to be careful that he doesn't catch something on his downswing.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, so close. So close.
That's a camel.
That is a camel.
It's actually going to be interesting to see the Crocs and Camels leaderboard at the end of the day. There's been quite a few of them, especially in the latter half. Ginola, this will be the 5th shot for Team World.
Ball on the upslope, so he can be aggressive. Just needs to keep the speed up here. As soon as that golf club hits the sand is going to want to slow it down, so he needs to keep the speed up. That's a good shot.
Nice.
Nicely done there. Nicely done there.
Well done, Mr. Ginola. One would think that they might say Team England pick it up, who are putting for birdie from the back fringe. A 4-point lead is probably turning into a 6-point victory here for England, which would give them a 4-point lead at the end of the day. But Team World certainly impressed this afternoon.
Team World did what they needed to do. Made a little bit of a dent into that big lead from the morning. And that's the great thing you and about match play is these ebbs and flows, this momentum. The world team definitely had the momentum kind of from the start, and they just kind of rode that. And I think that third match, if they could have somehow gotten something out of that, might have been a little bit different. But Lee Sharp from just the back edge here. Nobody has judged this right. Let's see if he can do this. Breaks a lot more from right to left.
Oh, 2 putts to win the hole, Lee Sharp.
2 putts to win the hole. He's not in yet. Teddy better get a mark.
Thongchai Jardee, the Thai legend there, Thai icon at the bottom of your screen.
And that's his son to the left there, Champion, who's been caddying for Teddy Sheringham, and he plays a lot of golf here. So that's another thing that I think's been helpful for Teddy Sheringham. He's had somebody that plays this golf course a lot, that knows these greens a lot. Champion, a really good young player. And we're going to try and turn him into an even better player.
Luis Figo putting for a bogey, which would put a little bit of pressure back on Sheringham to hold his putt and win. Pretty quick putt here for Figo.
A little make-miss here for Figo, and could be a little points change. Just loses speed there.
Yeah, pick it up. Great golf. 4 icons of football there in the final match. And they put on a good show. In the end, it's Team England, 7-1. 6-point win, and that gives Team England a 4-point lead overall.
Wow.
Day one has seen some sensational golf, some highlights, aplenty. Will the shot of the day be? Carlos Tevez, hole 2 this morning. Could it be this one? 40 feet down the hill.
Trains it from downtown, judges the speed perfectly. I was really impressed with the way he putted in day one here. Ewan just seemed to have control over these greens, like the speed.
Teddy Sheringham was a model of consistency. This on the 6th hole this morning with a 9-iron from the left rough. Wow.
Really good contact, really good distance control. Carries it just over the bunker here. Beautiful shot to tap in. And he taps it in. Backwards.
Here it is.
The no look.
If you're going to do it, make it cool. Absolutely. Jimmy Bullard, the Bulldog. Plenty of highlights from him today. This is the 8th this morning. The away hole.
Yeah, he loved this one. Looked good all the way. Almost hooped it. But really, really solid. And then Ronald de Boer on the first in the afternoon got off to a fantastic start. Judging it perfectly out of the bunker. Long bunker shot. Always a bonus when you hole one of those.
Yeah, that really set the tone for the afternoon match. Ronald de Boer and Ruud Gullit, 6-point winners, 8-2 over Jagielka and Scholes. One of the big features this afternoon was the $10 million hole-in-one hole. 24 shots on offer. This was the very first one from Robbie Fowler. It turned out to be the best one.
What a great shot. Judged the distance, controlled the trajectory. A lot of balls in the water here. People struggling to take the ball out of the air.
This was a good one from Joe Hart.
Yeah, Joe Hart really impressed me today. A lot of confidence, and you could just see that he was making more and more confident swings, doing what he needed to do to hit that golf ball solid.
John Terry. He fancied his chances here.
Yes, he took a 6-iron, probably should have taken 7.
I don't know about that.
He landed it pin high. It was a hell of a shot.
He started walking after it. He liked it. The Bulldog thought it looked good too.
Bulldog was looking to go into Thailand tonight and quit.
Jimmy hated this one.
Big kick.
By his lofty standards. Maybe not his best, but still pretty good.
Had to get it on that back shelf. Solid. Patrick Berger for the world team. Yeah, but another good shot. Down the hill. It's a difficult hole today, especially into the breeze like that.
Well, the first shot was the best shot, Robbie Fowler. The last shot was Teddy Sheringham. This was a really good one as well.
Yeah, so impressive the way Teddy Sheringham played today. He was a standout for me across the board. He just played really, really solid.
All the matches have completed this afternoon. Let's go down to the studio with Nick Doherty.
Well, from an English perspective, it was all getting a bit worrying. I mean, we were telling everybody it was coming home this morning, and then this happens. But thankfully for you two at the end, a couple of Man United legends, you've twisted it back in favour of England. A win today, what does it mean in the anchor match to get it, Teddy?
Well, first of all, these boys are proper competitors that we're playing against. So we had a good lead in the first morning. But we know they're going to fight. They'll be in that changing room telling, you know, don't let them swan about like they have at lunchtime. Make sure we go out and give them a game. And they've done that, and we know that's going to happen again tomorrow. So, you know, we've got to be ready for it.
Look, we know it's different. It's not what you made your career out of. It's not why you're here, golf. You're here because of what you were as a footballer, an icon. But how much do you lean the camaraderie you feel between each other as Man United stars and what you've achieved? Like, does that feel like it pulls you together in this golfing environment out there as well?
I think it does, yeah. I think, like Teddy said, everyone's competitive. We all want to win. You don't want to let your team down either. You don't want to let your team down. You don't want to let your teammate down that you're playing with. So you're trying to get the best shots you can and put each other in good positions. And today we've sort of dovetailed really well. And he's hit good iron shots of it, good drives. It's turned out well for us.
The value of Captain Westwood, what's he been saying in your ear to try and gee you guys up?
He's just one of the lads. He's been great. He's been in and around us all the time, having laughing and chatting. You saw him dig Jimmy Bullard out first thing in the morning, and that's what we thrive on, and love it.
Well done, boys. A great performance and just what the English needed after what was a tough afternoon. Let's remind you at home exactly how it looks. This is the situation here. There will be adjustments to it as well when it comes to the nearest the pins that happened on that $10 million hole. And obviously that shot of the day as well. They'll be updated for tomorrow. But right now, in pure scoring, it is a 4-point advantage to England. It's 24-20. The world, a great response in the afternoon session. And I'm going to come to you boys to take it home. We're going to sign off. We're going to send it off to the end of our broadcast. We're going to get ready for another day. Is it coming home, Teddy?
They've given us some stick, didn't they, on the opening night about songs like that. We're quietly confident. You know, we're in front at the moment. We want to stay there.
Whether you're a football fan, whether you're a golf fan, it wasn't about either. It was about sport in general. It's a day that left us feeling $1 million. In fact, scrap that, make it $10 million. We'll see you tomorrow.